Antonio, empiezas tú.
Okay, good morning and thank you very much for being here today. To begin this opening ceremony, I will first give the floor to Dr. Juan Carlos López López, professor at UCLM and leader of the SAPES project in Castilla-La Mancha. Professor.
Okay, thank you, Antonio. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everybody from La Mancha, Spain. First of all, I'm sorry for this little delay, fixing up some problems of last hour, But it's my pleasure to welcome you to this third Shapes Dialogue Workshop organized by the Computer Architecture and Networks Research Group of the University of Castilla-La Mancha with the support of H Platform Europe. First of all, I hope to find you all and your families healthy and safe and facing with hope what we all expect is the final stage of this pandemic. Shapes is a European Union Horizon 2020 project involving 36 organizations from 14 different European countries and which is devoted to creating a digital integrated platform able to offer inclusive, smart, and healthy aging at home. By means of digital solutions, we will try to promote preventive health and managing existing health problems so older people can keep themselves healthy, active, and independent as long as possible. This can be reached fostering interaction between in-home or local environments with health and care networks, contributing in that manner to the reduction of health and care costs, hospitalizations, and institutional care. SHAPES coordinator, Professor Malcolm McLachlan, will have the opportunity in a few minutes to better explain SHAPES' global goals and challenges. With this series of workshops in every 6 months, we are trying to disseminate to society, as the project advances, the different solutions and results we are obtaining. But at the same time, we want also to listen opinions and different approaches to active and healthy aging from different actors and stakeholders. On behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank speakers for their kindness and willingness to participate in the workshop, and of course to the audience. 180 people are raised there, who will enrich, no doubt, the debate with their questions and reflections. Please, I encourage you to actively participate in the workshop through the chat and the Slido tool. I would like to present the rector of the University of Castilla-La Mancha. Apologies. He couldn't finally make it to stay with us today. Professor Antonio Mas, Vice Rector for the Scientific Policy of the University, have taken over and represent our university. Thank you for your presence here today. And I would like to express also my gratitude to Professor Teresa Riesgo, Secretary General for Innovation of the Spanish Ministry of Science and Innovation. Her presence here in this opening session is really important for us, since it shows the Ministry's commitment to innovation and the transfer of knowledge to our society. We all at the organizing team have worked hard to get this event to be accessible and inclusive for everybody. We also wanted to reach the maximum audience in Spanish. We hope to have succeeded and have achieved these goals. We all want to live long and get all healthy, active, and independent. Let's work all together to offer, from technology, the best tools to make this a reality. This workshop is for sure a step towards this aim. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juan Carlos. And now, next, Dr. Malcolm McLachlan, General Coordinator of the SAPES project, University of Maynooth, Ireland.
Thank you very much, Professor Mas. And just to say, it's a great pleasure to join you almost in Spain. I've tried to produce a Spanish background behind me, but it's authentic Irish. So I'm just waiting for my slides to come up on the screen, and then I will start talking. But I would like to thank everyone at UCLM for arranging this, and of course all our partners in Spain. I think I had the slides there a moment ago, but maybe they have gone again. Or the technician, would you like me to share my screen? Is that better? Ah, you have it there. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, it is. It's coming and going. So it's a great privilege for the Shapes project to be able to do this third workshop, which is a sort of crucial stage in the development of our work. And it's also a great privilege to have Professor Riesgo from the ministry with us today, because you are very much one of the important people within Europe who we want to influence and effectively make your job easier as well. So thank you very much to everyone who has facilitated this workshop to this point, and we look forward to a very inclusive and participative morning. So I wanted to share with you really the vision of the Shapes project. So it's an innovation action, and we will build, pilot, and deploy a large-scale EU standardized open platform to be used throughout Europe. And our real focus is on long-term healthy and active aging and the maintenance of a high quality of life in the community. And so while it's a regret that we are not in Spain with you, there is also something a bit poetic that we must do this presentation from home, because of course that's where we want people to be living in their homes in the community as they age. So Shapes will build digital technologies. We will also build an ecosystem, a network within which those technologies work for people. We are not about producing technologies for their own sake. We are about producing them because they help people solve problems in their lives. And we'll also be looking at the Shapes marketplace, because of course this is a very interesting and stimulating commercial area. And we will come up with policy recommendations for all countries and for the European Union area. So just to give you a sense of the project in numbers, we have 48-month project. We have around 210 staff working across 36 organizations in 14 different countries. We will work with over 2,000 older people across 15 different pilot sites. There are 10 different sort of management work packages. We're working in 8 reference sites of the European Innovation Partnership on active and healthy aging, so pre-existing partnerships before Shapes. And the project is funded to around 21 million in funding. So with all projects, of course, we have milestones, and you can see with MS1, milestone 1, that we start in October 2020 with the completion of the concept and the development cycle. And then milestone 2 and milestone 3, April 2021, where we are now, completion of the co-creation and co-design cycle. And so this dialogue workshop is a very important element of that, and helps us authenticate and make sure that we get the perspective of other stakeholders. So again, those people who are not part of Shapes in our everyday working, we're really grateful for you giving us your time to join us. and help us think through these challenging but really interesting issues as well. We will move into a completion of experimentation and deployment of technologies in different pilot sites. Then we move on to an execution cycle. Then we evaluate, but co-evaluate. So we're evaluating with the people who are using the technologies and the platform. And then MS Milestone 8 in October 2023 will be our presentation of recommendations to the Commission. So on this slide, we wanted to give you a sense of the different partners involved and our the type of partners involved. So you can see we have, in terms of small and medium enterprises, just over 40%. That's the largest group. In terms of universities, about a third of the consortium. We have non-governmental organizations, we have public bodies, we have large-scale industry, and we have research and training organizations. They come from all over Europe. And you can see on this slide on my left, the green is where the partner organizations are based, but the gold color also shows the different pilot sites. And it's really important that if you are going to have a platform that's accessible to people throughout Europe, it's accessible not just in terms of language, but also in terms of different cultural assumptions about how and when people might want to access a platform. So it's really important that we trial what we're doing in a lot of different socioeconomic, cultural, and indeed political contexts. Okay, so just wanted to give you an example of some of the really interesting, exciting technologies we're using in Shapes. We, for instance, will be using chatbots. We'll be using multimodal biometric face and emotion recognition. Of course, online communication and accessibility tools, activity recognition and well-being assessments, a range of different types of robots and robotic assistants, various different forms of clinical decision-making and of cognitive stimulation and rehabilitation for people with diseases associated with aging. We'll be linking into the Internet of Things and using big data to help us make our most efficient type of platform. And we'll be presenting a range of ways in which people can promote their health and well-being. Also using predictive modeling to make recommendations to people about the optimum type of behavior that they can adopt. And we take really seriously the importance of security and confidentiality and respecting the sort of dignity of the individual as they are participating in this much broader European-wide initiative. So these are only some. There's many different types of technology, but that gives you a flavor of some of them. So I've mentioned the different pilots that we will be conducting, and these can be broken down into a number of different themes. You can see we have on the top right, caring for older individuals with neurodegenerative diseases. So that's a theme that will be tested out in a number of different locations. Similarly, physical rehabilitation at home. I'm sure in Spain, as in many countries, a lot of physical rehabilitation for injuries or for cognitive problems have traditionally taken place in hospitals. That has certainly been the case in my own country, in Ireland. But now we are increasingly moving towards that work taking place again in the community and at people's home. And the cross-border health data exchange is incredibly important in terms of European mobility. So if I go on my holidays from Ireland to Spain, then I still have access to all the information that either myself or my doctor or whoever would have access to in Ireland. So cross-border mobility, very important. Psychosocial and cognitive stimulation for promoting well-being, another theme we'll be looking at. And then what's the optimal way of controlling medicine use so it's to the maximum benefit of the person using them, even when they may have memory problems. So we want to give them maximum control, but also use the best technologies to ensure they're getting the appropriate medications at the right time. And smart living environments for healthy aging at home. I'm sure we're aware there's lots of really fascinating innovations in that area. Improving in-home and community-based care. Some of that is technology related, but a lot of it is obviously people related. And so let me reiterate, we're not about producing technological solutions. We're about giving people technology so that it works for the people to enhance their solutions, their sort of lived experience. Okay, I'm just trying to move on to my next. Okay, so I was just finishing there, talking about the importance of people's lived experience. I'm not going to talk through all of this because there's a lot of information on it. But if I can draw your attention to the questions at the top. So what are the needs of the Shapes users? Shapes starts not from the technology or from the existing health systems. It starts from the people and their lived experience in the community. And it asks very simply, what are the needs of people who would use a platform like this? Not how do they adapt to the platform, how does the platform adapt to them in terms of how we design it? So how can Shapes help? Does Shapes work here? So in a particular design of a technology or a pilot, we're very much open to the idea that maybe it doesn't work, maybe this technology isn't the right approach, and that's a good outcome. Nothing worse than having the wrong technology, people using the wrong technology, and it becoming a burden. So in exploring the use of technology, we're not trying to prove that it works best. We're trying to find out what's most helpful to the person, to the user. So what are your first impressions? What do you think of the technology? Are there ways in which it could be improved? Is it actually solving the key problems that you have? Is everything working as it should? Are there other elements of that technology that could be enhanced or improved? And will Shapes help improve the daily health and well-being of older people? So ultimately, when we've developed a platform and we've shown that some technologies are beneficial, the question for policymakers will be, should we invest in supporting this? Will this address the problems of older people in our community in terms of giving them opportunities to age in a healthy and sort of positive way? So I'm just closing now. This diagram, I'm just trying to move the other piece out of the way. Progress to date diagram. This illustrates the number of deliverables across the number of work packages. And I'm afraid the good news, I'm pleased to say, is that we're very much on target, even given the difficulties of COVID. And I would just like to say that the wonderfully flexible way in which members of the Shapes consortium have adapted to the challenges of Shapes. Again, it is sort of poetic in that we are looking often at digital approaches, and we ourselves have had to adapt a new sort of digital approach So for instance, doing ethnography through a digital medium rather than doing it through the experience of being in someone's house and following them through their day. This is just one of the many ways in which members of the Shapes Consortium have adapted very flexibly. And that has allowed us to stay on course really for the progress of the project. So I'd like to thank everybody very much for that flexibility and hard work. Just to draw people's attention to that final slide, which I think just disappeared there, but it is, I'm sure that will be available, and Tonio may talk about it later, but this is where you can find more information on Shapes. So I very much look forward to the meeting today and hearing people's comments. And back to you, Antonio.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor McLachlan, for your nice presentation. I now give the floor to Dr. Teresa Riesgo, the General Secretary for Innovation of the Spanish Ministry of Science and Innovation.
Thank you very much, Antonio, and thank you very much to the Shapes project for inviting me today. Professor McLachlan, you have a big challenge, in front of you. So I wish you good luck, but I will try to give you some other advices for that. Yeah. Thank you also, Professor Juan Carlos López, my very good friend, for inviting me today, because if I can tell you something and you cannot, and this is just a secret, I would like to be on the other side. So when I see the description of the project, I see the challenges that you have ahead and the development that you are doing. Now I feel I have some melancholic situation, yeah, when I was on the other side of this stage, if I can say that. So I think this project is, first of all, is very relevant, very important in the terms of what the European Union, particularly, and places like Spain in particular, need for the future. And this is the use of technology with an impact, with a mission, or oriented to which are the challenges of the society. So I just want to tell you some of the things that you need to that are important for looking ahead. Yes, to see what is next, what we have to look forward in the future, in this very important moment that we are in Europe. You know that Europe has decided to change their policies in terms of how we will reconstruct from the big crisis we are in. Yeah? And particularly this new program that is called Next Generation EU, that fits on what will be Europe for the future. Yeah. So in Spain, we are very much looking forward to it. Actually, I hope today the first part of this program for Spain will be approved in the Minister Council. I say just now, that is happening now. But apart from that, I think this is a big challenge from the society point of view, because we are thinking, how do we want that our society as Europeans will be in the future? Yeah, because this is something that we are spending in these 3 years, and we are assigning to projects in these 3 years, but we have to recover it in the following, let's say, 10 or 20 years, indeed. Yeah? So things like what we have ahead, that are the use of digital technologies for our social challenges. This is one of the main things. Yeah. So we need to go this way, and particularly aging is in Europe one of these challenges, and I can tell you that in Spain is particularly difficult problem. I mean, in terms of what is what is the cost of the health system. Yeah, I can tell you that last year we had a project call from our innovation agency that is called CDTI, CEDETI, yeah, for those who are in Spain. That it's called Mission Science and Innovation Missions. It was called, yeah. And one of the missions that were identified at that moment, that were 5 missions, 5 of them, was aging as and how can we do a sustainable health system for the aging problem. Yeah, that was more or less the idea. And we are now funding 3 projects, I think, in that part, in that mission, that are very, very challenging as well. So as I told you, Professor McLachlan, I think this is very important project. I mean, this is the use of technology, but also it is very important for us that we are getting older, and at least for me, I think something that we want to do is to reduce fragility, to reduce our, to increase our staying at home as much as possible. And in Spain, I can tell you that we have some very interesting ways of putting this in to go into the society. One of these is very much in the local communities or in the regions that are the ones that are in charge of these topics, these particularly social topics. But also we have a lot of important advances in innovation procurement. That is something that is a tool that would be very, very interesting for having the last steps of the product that you are getting. So I encourage you to put this in place, to transfer this to the society, and have in mind that projects, or the way of we are putting the projects in place, are very different. But something that is very important to go to the society is something that is related with this innovation public procurement, that is the way to go to the citizens as at large. Yeah. So thank you very much for inviting me. I wish you a very successful workshop today, because I see that you have a very nice program. So thank you again, Antonio, Juan Carlos, and Mac, and very good luck in your progress, because your success will be our success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Teresa. To conclude this opening session, I would simply like to thank the project coordinators and the organizers of this project and meeting for all the effort they have put into carrying it out. We all know, and now all the more so, how important health is. Therefore, developing systems that address one of Europe's most important challenges, the aging of its population, is of great importance. I do not want to speak any longer, because the important thing is now. To conclude, I would like to reiterate the full support of the University of Castilla-La Mancha to this and other projects. And now I give the floor to Professor Juan Carlos López to continue the meeting. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Antonio. Well, thank you everybody for your presence here today in this opening session. Thank you, of course, Mac. I'm sure that we have the opportunity to discuss later during the workshop. Thank you, Antonio, and of course, thank you, Teresa. Well, we have now a small break, and we will continue as the agenda is forecast. I think it's at 10:15. So see you later, and thank you everybody for staying with us today. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have
a very good day.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
we enter.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome. This is Eduardo from Beacon Tech. Thanks, everybody, for joining today this panel on technological platforms, challenges, and opportunities. Okay, today here we have four key speakers representing a number of European Union projects which are focused on the development of technological solutions and technological platforms for the older people of Europe. Okay, so let's start. We will start introducing them. Okay, first, Dr. Krukowski is a senior research and development engineer at Intracom Telecom Solutions at Greece, a company with more than almost 2,000 employees and 4 decades of history. Dr. Krukowski coordinates the activities related to both national and European framework projects. He's also associated with the University of Westminster, and he's also industrial consultant. Under the SHAPES project, Dr. Krukowski is the leader of the work package responsible for the technological platform. Arthur, please, the floor is yours.
I'm not sure if you're going to show the slides. First of all, I'm not sure if you've been having some introduction before regarding the SHAPES. SHAPES has been designed to, could we switch to the next slide? It's being designed as an environment which will allow different e-health systems, services, devices to seamlessly connect to each other. As everybody has already probably faced it, the problem in practice, lots of the systems have been designed to standards, but despite this fact, they face quite a lot of difficulties exchanging information among them. Since the compliance with standards, especially with HL7, which is one of the most common ones, is not obligatory, and different companies provide different solutions. They choose only part of the solutions, part of the standards to implement, which in the end, they ended up not being able to exchange information because they cannot understand each other. So SHAPES has a purpose of making all the systems interoperable, so they can understand each other no matter what standards we are talking about, which part of the standards they have been developing. So the data which is being exchanged, information which is being exchanged, they can be understood by one another. So in Work Package 4, which is the architectural development of the SHAPES platform, we had this as a main objective to make sure that we can accommodate most common standards which are used in the e-health domain, that this information is being properly exchanged. We can connect devices, individual IoT devices, medical devices. We can connect platforms. We can connect EHRs, IoT platforms, and so on. And they can exchange information no matter how they are storing them in their own data models. So we have multiple systems inside the core of the platform, which provide different levels of interoperability. We can provide interoperability on the IoT level, which means IoT medical devices and other IoT sensors, and also on the medical information level. So EHRs, we can also exchange information among each other. So we have two parts of the system. One is the core, in which we are all the supporting platforms and systems, and we have the digital solutions, which are already developed service platforms and devices, which altogether then can provide new types of services in the need of very specific types of users and very specific types of medical needs. One of the main important issues, which is going to be discussed probably later during this panel, is the issue of privacy. We've put a lot of effort in SHAPES to ensure that we are avoiding violation of private identifiable data and making sure that this type of data is being exchanged only among entities, users, and the platforms which are authorized to have access to this type of information. Obviously, one of the common concerns is what happens if you are trying to transfer it through the interoperability system. So in SHAPES, we managed to achieve the purpose of not sending this type of information through this type of interoperability mechanism, which is only used to provide the matching between the data models used on connecting entities, after which they can directly exchange the information. So all this information, the private data, does not go through the core of the system, which I believe it's one of the biggest achievements which we have done in the shapes. And lots of these things are already being tested, they are being implemented, integration is ongoing, and quite a lot of the systems, they are already testing the interfaces. So very soon we are going to have this platform operational and hopefully offered to users for trials. I think this should be enough for the introduction, so I'll let the next person to introduce.
Okay, thank you very much, Arthur. Yes, next we follow to the next speaker. The next speaker is Marco Manso. Marco Manso is an engineer and technology entrepreneur specialized in digital systems for security, healthcare, and defense. He's the founder, CEO, and director of innovation of Edge Engineering, whose main purpose is to provide remote monitoring solutions for health and well-being. He has more than 20 years of experience working in the security and defense market, including more than 15 years in executive and research and development positions. He provides strategic consultancy to SMEs as well. Under SHAPES project, he's leading the work package, among other tasks. He's leading the work package related to business modeling. Marco, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Eduardo. Good morning, all. Thank you for being here. So, is the presentation, please? Yes. Okay, thank you. So I'll be briefly introducing the digital solutions in Shapes and how we will bring them in the aim to provide and support the active aging and the more independent living in Shapes. So next slide, please. Okay, let me just start by mentioning, it was already referred in the morning, the challenges we have in society for the future will be with an aging population. The chart here just shows how, in terms of the projections for the next years, we see that the demographic curve in terms of the age will really increase in the number of older people. Even today, as we are now facing with challenges around the sustainability of healthcare and how to, support also the number of older people, in the future, this challenge will be even more increased, with the aging of population. So how can, as a project, and then even as a society for the future, we'll be able to better cope with the challenges which come with the aging? So Arthur already briefly introduced the ecosystem that we have in Shapes in terms of the digital solutions. I'll go a bit more just into explaining what we are bringing. So within the part which you remember, it was at the bottom. So we have the assisted living environment in which have the elder people. We can also have people with special needs. And how can we, in terms of digital solutions, provide an environment which can help us either for the older people to live more independently, but also for the carer and care organizations to be able to take better care of these individuals, and also for them to be able to scale to the needs that the future will bring. So we are bringing a number of things like the devices or wearables because I just something that we can wear and are very easy to use, and they monitor a number of things over in continuity, but also with the robots, which can provide with additional mechanisms to interact physically with the individuals. Chatbots, which can provide us with a kind of a more natural interaction with the system, and also a number of digital services, which on top of this then can provide things like social and social interaction, or things which relate to providing a meal, or if we look into the home environment, detection of a number of incidents like fire, or even the lack of activity of the individual. The purpose here is for us to make a more intelligent environment, but also allow to bring the technology in a way that assists the people, but also enables them to interact socially with other individuals and to be able to more easily access other services through digital platforms, as even now in COVID is very important. Just zooming in into one of the applications we are exploring would be within the intelligent assisted environment and also with the personal health aspects, in which older individuals, they will need to have probably a more active observation of their health conditions, even their health habits. And in this way, while we support a more independent living, we also are be able to take better care of them. So when we need, if we detect any anomalies, we can have the system in a way which is smart enough to detect this kind of anomalies. And then on the right side, you see the number of carers, either individuals or care organizations, which then can be notified and can be follow how the person is developing. Just to be very clear that in here, the privacy aspects will be very important. So the information here will be in control of the user, and the sharing will also have the permissions by the user with the care organization. So in brief, because I need to be take care of my small minutes. Very important within the also the system is how we connect this individual, let's say, the environment of the individual to a higher system. How can we also build intelligence and smart analytics on top of the information we are gathering? So there is what we call the Shapes knowledge base, and the use of artificial intelligence and of a knowledge base, which then can derive a number of important aspects. You see it here on top, which then informs caregivers or care organizations. Very important to know, for instance, whether we have alerts which could prevent, let's say, if I have a person which during one day has lack of activity, this might be an indicator that there might be something wrong. Older people tend sometimes to fall and to be in a complicated situation. So having this kind of capability to alert would be very, very important. And the same about either compliance or deviations to care plans or to a kind of advised procedures for the older individual, because it's important to know if they are following properly a certain care plan which was given by the care provider. Other than this, we are also exploring the use of the more traditional like telecare communications and electronic records and so on, which would allow then also to have communication and exchange of information in a more formal way. Anyway, so the whole cycle is supported by the information we are collecting within with the authorization of the individual, which then can provide this all input for the bigger system, so to speak. That's all from my side. So in terms of the introduction, so Eduardo, please, thank you.
Perfect, Marco. Thank you very much. So
Can I add one more thing?
Yeah.
The interesting thing about Shapes is that we already gathered nearly 37 digital solutions covering different types of services, devices, and applications. But the Shapes is not going to be fixed only to those. We have the possibility of extending it through additional mechanisms and bringing in additional digital solutions in the future. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Artur and Marco. So now we continue with the next speaker. I will introduce next Rafael Maestre from Pharaon Project. Dr. Rafael Maestre is the head of the Electronics and Home Automation Department at CITEM. CITEM is a private non-profit association whose aim is to meet the needs of companies in the furniture and goods sector. Dr. Maestre is also adjunct professor at Miguel Hernández University. He holds a PhD from the Complutense University of Madrid. He has an extensive international experience as a project manager and lead researcher in several research and development positions in both academia and United States companies, including Qualcomm and the startup Morpho Technologies. Rafael Maestre, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eduardo, for your introduction. Are the slides coming up? Is the presentation going to be shared?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot for the organizers for inviting me. I really think it's a very good opportunity for both of our projects, Pharaon and Shapes, to get to know each other, and maybe we can find some synergies and be able to help each other because we are sharing common goals in both projects. First of all, because most of you may not know CETEM, I would like to give a very quick overview. It is a research institute or technological center, as we call them in Spain. I am the lead of the Electronics and Home Automation Department, and since its founding, we have a very special focus on ICT for adults and in health in general. If you could go to the next slide. Okay, thank you. So we are located in Murcia, in the southeast of Spain. It was created in 1994. We always do applied research and technology development for companies. In general, we have different areas of expertise. We collaborate a lot with furniture companies because there's a very strong industry in the town where we are located. But we also collaborate with other companies like in the telemedicine domain, event automation, and other fields. Since I joined the center in 2008, I started up the Electronics and Home Automation Department, and we started to work on ambient assisted living, e-health, also developing wearable devices and telemedicine solutions. Next, I will talk in the next slide about the Pharaon project. I am currently the technical manager of the project. And as you will see, it has very common goals as compared to the Shapes project. So let's move on to the next slide, please. Here I'm going to be showing you the very top level numbers. We have 41 partners across most of Europe. We have the timeline is 4 years. I believe it's the same as Shapes. And we have a budget of 21 million euros. The objective is to achieve smart and active living for Europe's aging population by integrating digital services, devices, and tools into an interoperable open platform. So we're going to be talking about a lot of the things that have been mentioned so far. We are going to be using also cascade funding to find solutions that are not really included within the consortium of the project. So we can increase the Pharaon ecosystem and bring new solutions into the already existing technologies that we have within Pharaon. We are going to carry out the validation in large-scale pilots. Actually, we have 6 different pilots, and they are organized into a total of 8 different sites. We have 2 in Spain, Murcia, and Andalusia, 2 also in Portugal, even 2 sites in Italy, 1 in Slovenia, and finally 1 in the Netherlands. Finally, we are also integrating a lot of tools. We are developing tools to facilitate the integration of new technologies and be able to provide an evolution and a long-term path evolution for the Pharaon ecosystem. So let's move to the next slide, please. Here you have one example. Sorry, I went ahead of myself. I'm going to talk a little bit about the motivation, the reason why we need holistic solutions to deliver on smart and active aging. So far, we have a lot of fragmentation in the market. Sometimes we have solutions for hospitals, then we have solutions for informal carers, and maybe for the families, relatives to follow the stage of their older adults. And then we have activity tracking device type of devices, but not everything is integrated. And we could really get a lot of information that could be useful in order to improve the life of our older adults. So what we are trying to achieve, as you can see in the lower part of the slide, is to integrate all the vertical solutions through interoperability across open platforms and be able to integrate all the different things that are available through different vendors, different providers. In the next slide, you will see the example of the Murcia pilot. Basically, in each of the pilots, different challenges have been chosen. Maybe you need to click a couple more times, sorry. I forgot it was animated.
Next slide, perfect.
Okay, here it's coming. So this is an example for the Murcia pilot. In different pilots, we have chosen different challenges or different objectives we want to achieve. In this case, we have two different goals. One is called Care at Home, and the other one is called Angel of Health. For each of those, we have different set of solutions. All of them are integrated within one open platform. In this particular case, we have the OneSite Healthcare open platform. It's coming from Indra. And we are providing different services to different profiles of users. We have the older adult as one type of user. We have another type of user, which is the informal carer. And then we also have the formal carers and even the medical doctors. And all of them have different kind of access privileges, let's say, to data. The functionalities and requirements are coming from the users. We did that at the very beginning of the project. Everything was identified. And then we looked for the solutions that we could use within the consortium in order to address those challenges and needs. There are still some gaps, as you can see, that will be addressed through the open calls that will be opened towards the end of 2021. In the next slide, you will see the solution when we go to a higher scope. I just showed one example for the Murcia pilot. Of course, we have six different pilots. In some of them, we are sharing the same platform, but we are trying to use diversity, let's say, in our approach. So we have different platforms, even in Murcia and Andalusia, also in Portugal, Italy and Slovenia are sharing the same one, but finally we have a different set of platforms, a total of 4 different ones. Each platform is integrating different set of technologies, what are the vertical solutions I was talking about in the previous slides. And all of them are integrated to provide specific solutions that each pilot is looking for. The open calls will bring the gaps that needs to be filled. And that way we'll also have the possibility with the Faron ecosystem integration, or what we are calling the interoperability at the inter-platform level, to be able to share data and exchange information at the pan-European level. So let's go to the next slide, please. Here is a very quick summary. So we're looking for a holistic, open, modular, and flexible approach. So we're looking for multidimensional management of aging. We are considering all types of end users and stakeholders. And we are looking into integration of multiple domains. We are looking to exploit the great leverage and extension of capabilities beyond the sum of individual capabilities. So we are trying to get everything together and have more leverage with that approach. Interoperability and ease of integration are at the core of the Faron project. And we are designing a built-in evolution process through the open calls that will ensure long-term sustainability. The user-oriented design from a robust, mature technologies with low-cost time, real-time, real-life long, and through validation in the 6 pilots will really add a proven real-life validation. Let's go to the next slide. Also, because it's very closely related to shapes and what we're going to be talking within this forum, I would like also to mention the Sheldon cost action. Please go ahead to the next slide. It shares pretty much the same goals as shapes and also other, the Faron project. Sorry about the formatting. I think somehow the slide is a little bit messed up, but it's still readable. So the Sheldon is a network at the European level with a multidisciplinary participants. And we are trying to look for solutions for aging well and try to find synergies between people coming from different backgrounds. So we would like to encourage the active lifestyles, making housing more accessible to all different kind of users. And this is going to be achieved through not only technology, but also through a smart design of architecture, furniture, interior design, and a lot of different angles. we're adding ICT elements for simplifying living, health monitoring and communication, but it's not the only aspect that we have within this network. There are, please go ahead to the next slide. There are different things that we are following, that we are looking for within Sheldon. So we're looking for inputs from different experts. We're also trying to innovate ICT solutions and maybe even propose new ones. Actually, FARON was one of the main outcomes that so far this cost action has delivered. We are even studying the development of a smart support furniture and smart environments overall for the home and the office for active aging. And also at the same time, we're trying to evangelize and establish a very strong network at the European level. If we go to the next slide, you can see that the tools that we are using are through the promotion of participation of EU researchers and engineers and scholars, also fostering international cooperation. We are also creating a knowledge alliance between research, users, and industry. And finally, we are trying to implement AIL concepts in furniture and the home environments and different levels, like educational, professional, and so on. And then finally, in the next slide are the tools that we're using to achieve that even some of you might be interested in. We are holding regular meetings, like for example, working group meetings where anybody is welcome, anybody with an expertise related to the action is more than welcome to join. We also have short-term scientific mission that maybe joint researchers can apply. And also we are building training schools, conference grants, and other activities as any other Sheldon tool. Okay, I would like to finish at this time. Sorry if it took a little bit longer than planned.
Rafael, no problem. Thank you very much. We are starting receiving questions from the audience, so I would like to raise this question to you so that you can answer briefly, please. What is your approach to ensure a sustainable exploitation of the platform after the end of the project? Is there any business model already in place?
Is this question targeted to anybody in particular?
No, to you, Rafael. To FARON project. Right.
Okay, so you're asking about the sustainability in the future?
Yeah, on business model, I imagine that probably you're still working on it, right?
Yeah, business model perspective is something that we still need to work on. But from the technological perspective, I think it is built in the proposal itself, because the open calls, the cascade funding, as they call it also, is one of the tools that we are planning to use in order to verify that all the tools that we are going to be building within FARON are really useful and can be used to provide this technical sustainability in the future. So our idea is to simplify the integration process, to use open technological platforms so that anybody that has a solution can easily bring their solution to the FARON ecosystem and start to become part of it with a minimum cost and effort.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Rafael. And now we continue with the last speaker today, which is called Francisco Flores from Good Brother Project. Francisco Flores is an associate professor of the Department of Computer Technology at the University of Alicante, where he belongs to the Domotics and Ambient Intelligence Research Group. His main research work is focused on ambient-assisted living. He is particularly interested in the use of cameras and other sensors to support to the activities of daily living of elderly and disabled people. He is currently coordinating several projects such as PAL, Visual, and he's also the chair of the Good Brother Cost Action. Francisco, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eduardo, for the introduction, and thank you very much to the SHAPES project for the invitation. Please, can you show my presentation? Okay. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about the good brother construction. It's good that Rafael already introduced some of the mechanisms that constructions have to integrate experts in a specific discipline. So Good Brother is an international network on privacy-aware audio and video-based applications for active and assisted living. I'm, as Eduardo mentioned, I'm the chair of this construction. So can you move to the next slide, please?
Next slide, please.
Yeah. So the rationale for this construction and some other projects that I'm coordinating now at the European level is that the usual sensor in outdoor spaces is the camera, mainly because it's it provides the data that it's more that is easier to understand. So we can find cameras almost everywhere now. However, when we talk about monitoring people in private spaces, we substitute cameras by different types of sensors, for instance, presence sensors, panic alarms, open and close sensors, indoors, windows, etc. And these sensors provide let's say, fewer information about what the user is doing. They are more like binary sensors. And the idea is that they are used because of the privacy concerns of the users. However, recently we have seen that there are many cameras and microphones that are integrated into our homes or in outdoor spaces and that we can buy off the shelf. So here you see some examples of cameras or microphones, cameras either integrated in the environment or worn by the users. Also some specialized cameras that also include depth as data. And here you have some microphones. And there are a number of applications for active and assisted living in which cameras and microphones can be used, such as fall detection and prevention, behavior monitoring, rehabilitation, food intake monitoring, gait analysis, social robotics, etc. So with this idea in mind, we thought that it was a good moment to start a collaboration between European and other experts around the world working on these topics. So Good Brother started in September last year. So it's a project for 4 years. Now we have more than 100 experts from 40 countries, almost all the European countries in the Coast Association, except I think is the Czech Republic. And we have also experts from Canada, the United States, and next week will be experts from Tunisia. So we are also trying to cover different continents. Among these experts, we have them from different disciplines, engineering, psychology, sociology, law. So yeah, it's a very good network to understand all the different aspects related to the use of cameras in private environments to support older people. So the challenge that we want to address is to analyze and increase the awareness of the ethical, legal, social, and privacy issues associated to audio and video-based monitoring in private spaces. And at the same time, once we consider, we learn these issues, the idea is to design privacy-aware solutions to support all the impaired and frail people in their daily life. With this in mind, the main objective is to offset this Orwellian Big Brother surveillance effect by increasing user acceptance, and this way trying to exploit these new technologies and services and improving market reach. So we have different working groups in this construction, as Rafael mentioned, for the Sheldon construction. So we have one working group working specifically on the ethical, legal, social, data protection, and privacy issues, trying to analyze which are the perceived benefits by the users of these technologies and which are the barriers for the adoption of these technologies. A different working group is trying to develop methods to ensure privacy in audio and video data. A third working group is working on developing these audio and video-based AL applications, considering both the work from working group 1, so these all ethical legal aspects, but also all the methods for privacy preservation developed in working group 2 and how to integrate everything to provide valuable services to the final users. And a relevant working group is this working group 4 on developing a curated repository of software and data. One problem that we are having when we do research with audio and video is that we need a lot of data to train our systems. For instance, months or years of videos of people behaving at home normally. And there is nothing like this now among the research community, and we need to study how can we record these videos or audios, and we will make them available to the research and innovation community. So here you see, for instance, one example of the work that we are doing here at the University of Alicante, just to show some of the developments in privacy, in visual privacy preservation. We have developed several visualization to different, let's say, observers, in which we transform the image. We can pixelate the user, or blur the user, or even remove the user from the image, or substitute the user by an avatar. Here you see, for instance, one video with the user being blurred or being substituted by an avatar. So the idea is that we protect the privacy of the persons being monitored, but at the same time, a caregiver remotely can assess the situation, can see what is happening there. So just to finish, if you are interested in this project, in the Good Product Cost Action, you have here our website. You can join us. There are two different ways of joining a cost action. One is to being a member of the management committee. So in this case, all the countries in Europe, they can nominate several people to join as a management committee member, or you can also join, if all the positions are taken, you can join one of the working groups. You need to access our website and join and complete the form to join the action. And that was all. Thank you very much.
Perfect, Francisco. Thank you very much. And we are having several questions here by the audience. So I would like to go to one of these. Arthur, please, this question is regarding to shapes.
Yes.
The audience is asking about the data flow in the shapes platform.
Maybe it's a good idea to show the presentation. There is kind of detailed architecture diagram there, so maybe you could show it quickly. It is a little bit complicated diagram, but it shows actually all the components and all the interfaces which we are using there. I hope it's not going to be overcomplicated. Yeah, I'm waiting. Mm-hmm.
Let me 1 second. I think this is it. 1 second. Okay. Let me check. Should be in the screen now. You see it?
Yes, that's the one. Yes. So this is a little bit complicated diagram. In the shaded area, you can see the core of the shapes architecture. On the right side, you can see two digital solutions, which can be a platform, can be a device, can be actually any system which gathers information and wants to exchange this information. It's going to be a little bit difficult to explain, but you see inside, I'm not sure you can see my cursor. You have the Symbiotic platform. Oh God, it's very small. Message broker, SOPA Symbiotic IoT platform. Okay, here it is. This is the system which provides the interoperability for the IoT medical data. Has been developed originally for the standard IoT and uses standards which are related to IoT devices. Now it's being updated to medical IoT devices. And how it works? It provides the interoperability on the metadata level, trying to align the data information models used by two systems which want to exchange the data. Which means that first they need to register to the system. So each of digital solutions registers to Shapes, or in particular indirectly to Symbiotic platform. And they provide the information regarding the data models which are being used for very specific types of information that they want to exchange. The second digital solution is doing the similar thing. And then the Symbiotic provides the matching rules. So the data which is in one data information model matches the same type of data in the other information model. And this information is being sent to both of digital solutions. So this is the only interaction which these solutions are doing with the core of the platform, and in particular the Symbiotic platform. Afterwards, using connectors, which are shown in blue on each of the digital solutions, these connectors afterwards directly exchange the information through these connectors with each other, which means that the actual data which is being sent, which is a private data, it does not pass through the Shapes core system. It goes directly between the digital solutions. And they simply understand each other. They know that, for example, the blood pressure monitor data, which is in, let's say, FHIR format, is going to be corresponding to the same blood information data in other types of data model used by different standards. So this is the basic principle. A very similar approach is being implemented now by Gnomon, which is another partner in the project, for the medical information. And this goes into this yellow box. But the mechanism is extremely similar. So the same mechanism is used also for medical data.
Perfect.
One more thing, because you can see also very, very big green box, which is inside the core. This is a big data platform. Obviously, the next question is going to come, what happens then? Because we are transferring data into this platform. This is a very specific component in the Shapes core, which is used for analyzing the collected data, which can be collected from multiple digital solutions for the same individual. Because the whole point of the Shapes is to gather the data which users might be using, for example, multiple solutions. They might be using multiple platforms for collecting their data, something different for blood pressure, something else for the weight, something else for the environmental monitoring. But after that, we would like to, for example, analyze the progress of the illness based on different conditions for the same individual. So all this data needs to be collected in one single place and being analyzed. Obviously, the issue comes, what happens with the privacy of the data. So we developed a mechanism in which we remove the, let's say, identifiable private data from the actual sensor data and medical information which we would like to process. Although the link is still being kept, but the link is only known to the digital solutions which provide this data. And there is a mechanism which is combining the IDs used on different digital solutions, and these IDs are being linked in the big data platform, after which this big data platform, using the advanced artificial intelligence mechanism, can process the data and then send it back to the individual which has requested this type of processing, which can be on either of digital solutions which has originally had authorization for this type of process. I hope that this was understandable.
Yeah, perfect. Artur, thank you for for the answer. And now we move on because we have other questions from the audience as well that I would like to raise. It seems that there are many questions about project scalability, sustainability, and governance after project end. It seems that this is a major concern from the audience. In this sense, for example, Marco, regarding SAPES, could you please provide the plans on SAPES on this issue, please?
Yes, so SHAPES has a dedicated work package which looks into the marketable results, I would say, and results which can live, during and especially after the project. We are building, I would say, a vibrant ecosystem of digital solutions that we've gathered into the project. A good part of the assuring the success and sustainability is throughout the pilots that we are able to deploy and test and validate. Earn the trust of our users, and through this, hopefully to develop then business opportunities and adoption of the technology during and after the project. So the pilots will be a way for us to mature, validate, but also to adapt the technologies so that they can become really age-friendly, which is a challenge, to deal with individuals which might have low technological literacy, or which have specific conditions in which the use of technology needs to have be specially designed, so to speak. In terms of the sustainability, future sustainability through the dedicated work package 7, so we are building a marketplace, and we are keeping the platform in a way that can be extended with additional digital solutions. So first step in SHAPES is that we have a number of already available digital solutions which will be combined and demonstrated to work together throughout the project, and through the marketplace, the open calls, and so on. We foresee bringing additional digital solutions, and through this marketplace that will be able to develop this capability after the project to keep things alive, so to speak, to allow additional customers, adopters to search, look, and to acquire technology. So this is the overall efforts we are doing as part of the project for ensuring that we will remain during, but especially also after the project. Yeah.
Perfect, Marco. Thank you very much. Okay, so next we continue with the panel here. We've been talking about many issues here. Additionally, it's clear that when talking about technological platforms, the smart homes and the digital homes have also a very important role here. Okay, so these smart homes or digital homes have many constraints, such as broadband access, the need of adapting homes, cost, and so on. So at this point, I would like to ask to each of the presenters about what are, in your opinion, the greatest challenge to be addressed in order to make this smart home a reality. And I also will raise this question to the audience. Okay, so I will put now the Slido system. I will turn it on so that the audience can also provide their feedback on it. Just 1 second, please. And in parallel, we will go through this question through the speakers as well. Okay, so let me check. Where is it? Okay, screen. Okay, sure. Okay, 1 second, please. Okay, this is it. Okay, here we are. Okay, so now the Slido is launched. Please, the audience, now you have your turn to ask to this question, and let's go through this question. Arthur, what is your opinion on the greatest challenge to be addressed in order to make this smart home a reality?
Well, there are lots of challenges. It's not possible to say only one. You can start from the communication. Obviously, the communication has always been a problem, and perseverance of the connectivity for smart homes is always a problem. We face it always in our everyday life when sensors they fail to connect, or we lack internet connection, or we have to find ways of transmit information in another way. Obviously, reliability of the technologies is always a problem. ensuring that it's reliable, it's available, and it's not gonna create any issues. Another issue is the amount of information which is being transmitted. We are trying to fit as much information as possible, which over the time it overloads the system. So we need to find a way of collecting and transmitting and using only the necessary information, which is not always the case. But it will have to happen, especially that we are increasing number of devices, we are increasing number of information which we have to process. That's how the big data systems have come up, and this is why the big boom is on ensuring that this type of technologies can be incorporated, can be used. Another issue, obviously, is the privacy of data. This is from different aspects. From one side is the cybersecurity aspects to ensure that the systems, they are protected properly and they are not being hacked, because we've seen a lot of cases, especially recently, when different platforms have been hacked and the information has been violated, the private information has been released. And it's not a matter of penalizing the owners and suppliers of this type of technologies, but ensuring this type of things do not happen, because they obviously put the individuals at risks and they put the very sensitive information in the open. So this needs to be prevented. I think these are the main ones.
Yeah, thank you very much, Artur. And now, Marco, from your side, what do you think are the greatest challenges for these smart homes?
Okay, let me summarize in 3 points: trust, privacy, and cost. And just very briefly, I've seen a number of them already being identified. So trust, meaning that the user must really be comfortable and believing in the system that it will not have privacy breaches. So in this way also relate to security, but trust also that it will do the work which it should do. So the systems must be very reliable. This links to privacy, as I've mentioned, which is one of the worst things which could happen, is that the data, which is private data, which can be sometimes very sensitive, suddenly becomes available to we don't know who or whom, or we don't know to which purposes. So the ability to ensure the privacy of the user is very, very important. I also like to bring here the aspect of cost, because these things at the end, this is the difficult formula, because it needs to be reliable, needs to work very well. It's high tech at some point, but then also needs to be made, I would say, allow me to say cheap, I mean low cost, so in the sense that affordable for the user to be able also to adopt it. So it would be just in these 3 kind of simple things, which I would just start with the discussion.
Perfect, Marco, thank you very much. Rafael, please, your turn. You're mute, Rafael.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I was going to say that a lot of different things have been mentioned so far, but if you were to make me choose just one single item, I would probably say the economical barriers. A lot of things are probably common between the regular or the general public smart home barriers, and also the barriers that we find when we target the smart home towards active aging and the older adults. But I think that the main one would be the cost of the system. That's the main barrier. The main difference between the general public smart home and the one for older adult is the real immediate use, like the usefulness, the benefits that we can get from it. So I think it's a lot easier to justify that cost when we are talking about providing a better life for the older user. So I think this is really a benefit. But on the other hand, we have the problem of also acceptance when we are talking about older adults. Is one of the things that we also probably also need to consider. Other issues, of course, like cybersecurity, privacy, connectivity, all those things have to be addressed. But for example, when we're talking about rural areas, there are some potential solutions we can technically choose, being the only probably real barrier cost, I believe.
Okay. Thank you, Rafael. Francisco, please.
Well, you have already mentioned many of them, but I would like to highlight some aspects of some of those that you have mentioned before. First of all, related to cost, it is obvious that most of the homes are already built, so there is a cost in retrofitting, and most of the older people will have concerns about retrofitting their own homes to include some other services. So this has been improved with the appearance of more wireless devices, but we still need to work and maybe create synergies with other services, for instance, the installation of systems for efficient use of energy, and to combine or to insulate the home. So maybe we can create these synergies between different services that serve to incorporate many of these in the homes of general people, but especially of older people. And then regarding trust, so the reliability of the systems is very important. So it's different if it is just a home automation system, but if we are talking about intelligent systems, for instance, to detect faults, reliability is very important, because if one of these older adults suffers a fault and it is not detected by the system, they will not trust that system and any other one in the future. And another concern is privacy too, because they are concerned about which one is getting that data. But there is another aspect that I think people would like to compromise the privacy and the benefits that they are getting from the services or the technologies. So that if you get more value from that service, you may be ready to lose some of your privacy. So we need to work on that aspect too.
Francisco, this is very interesting and is very much related to my next question here. But first of all, I would like to thank you to the audience for their contributions. It seems very clear that the main concerns are about usability, interoperability costs, and security. So this is great. Thank you very much. And now I would like to go to the next question because the time is going by. And I would like to get a little bit more deeper about privacy and trust, because it seems to me that trust is the key, is the cornerstone for this platform, for these smart digitals, smart homes to, let's say, to have a real impact in society. Additionally, important information, sensitive information is collected. So in this sense, I would like to ask the audience to go on in the Slido regarding what actions are the most important to ensure privacy and to build trustworthy systems for older individuals. And in the same way, Arthur, please, what mechanism you think that have to be in place to manage data correctly, and how we can make it to build trustworthy systems?
All right. I'd rather avoid going into the technology and go back to the usability, because I'm using usually my mother as the guinea pig for this type of thing. She's 80 years old and she's pretty computer aware, and she's using computer on an everyday basis. So I'm trying to push to her different types of solutions and see how she responds to this. And her common let's say, worry is always about surveillance. I tried to have some cameras which would be checking if she's all right. And obviously it's not something which she's very comfortable with. And this is a common thing for lots of different other elderlies who do not really want to be really surveyed. So the problem always is with technology to be somehow in the background, doing their job, providing the safety for the elderly, but also very carefully avoiding gathering certain information which might be considered by them as sensitive. One of the most important ones, obviously, the video. So any kinds of cameras, no matter if somebody has access to the feeds or not, is going to be always considered as something which is invading the privacy. So they should be avoided as much as possible, or reduced the use to the least possible levels. And instead replacing them with different other types of sensors, which may be the most acceptable ones for the elderly could be some wearable devices. So I would be considering different types of rings or maybe necklaces, which would be monitoring the vital signs and also the safety. Like, have they been falling, have they been inactive, have they been not moving, or any other kind of signs, which they have much higher chances of being accepted by this elderly. Obviously, there needs to be also ways of integrating with the caretakers. So they need to be able to be notified automatically, because elderly, if something happens to them, they cannot react themselves. So there needs to be some level of trust also. Who under what condition will have access to whatever information is being captured for them, and who will be notified and reacting to this. I think this is the most important.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much, Arthur. Marco, please, your turn.
Okay, so let me try to complement also. Transparency, very important. It's written here. This is really critical. Let me on here the aspect of the data ownership to be sure. I mean, who owns the data, and the one who owns the data, which would be, I would presume the user, would also be able to share the data to whom it might wish. There was just getting a statement from Paco, which is really critical, I think, is assess the risk benefits indeed. So if at some point I detect a critical situation at the home, there is a fire, the person has fall, am I going to protect privacy? Or instead, should I just send the data because it will save a life potentially, and doing nothing would risk the loss of a life. So I think this is also the kind of assessment of risk benefit, which is also very important when making decisions on privacy. So that's all from my side for now.
Perfect, Marco. Thank you very much. Rafael?
Yeah, if we are thinking about gaining the trust of older adults, I believe that transparency probably is one of the most important ones, because nobody wants to have maybe a surveillance camera looking into yourself, and maybe this is also going to compromise privacy. So I really think we need to be able to find solutions so that they are kind of hidden from the view of the older adult, maybe some kind of invisible. So in that regard, one of the things that we could explore, apart from maybe using wearable devices, is to use the integration in everyday objects, like a lamp, for example. When you're using the lamp, you're giving some information about your behavior in everyday life. And even maybe when you use some pieces of furniture, integration of sensors in there is very useful sometimes, and provides very meaningful information, like how long have you been sleeping in your bed, how long are you spending resting in the sofa, how much time, for how long you're watching TV. All those things can give a lot of light in relation to the behavior and the patterns, let's say, of older adults. So I really think in order to gain the trust from them, it's better to guarantee the data privacy and also to provide some sense of intimacy, so that they are still safe in their home. Nobody is going to find out what they are doing, and that they can relax and enjoy their life at home. So in some regard, I saw there were some opposition, let's say, to maybe having cameras at home. I'm pretty sure that now, because it's the best way of monitoring the elderly, probably this is changing. Maybe Paco can bring his point of view to the table. But maybe sensors that are not really providing intimate information, let's say, would be a very good approach, so that they can be relaxed and don't have to worry about maybe this data being compromised even. Of course, we need to make sure that we implement the right mechanisms to guarantee that data privacy, and prevent cybersecurity problems and so on. But still, if we're going to get to the other acceptance, I think we have to take that path. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Rafael. Francisco, your turn.
Yeah, regarding this, I think that the main aspect is that we need to empower the users to control their privacy preferences. So if they have control and they can decide what others can get or which images or audios the others can get in under which situations, I don't think they will have any problem if they can choose it. So this is something in which we have been working on at the university in what we call privacy by context, in which the context defines the situation, what is happening there, how the appearance of the person, the room, etc., to show one of these different visualizations that I showed you before, and the user can select the visualization that needs to be offered under different conditions or contexts, as we call it. I contributed also to a document by the European Innovation Partnership on active and healthy aging that was on privacy preferences for active and healthy aging, in which there were those topics that the settings in a solution, in an app or any other solution for active and assisted living should take into account, and it's available online. So I think this is something that we need to work on. And then as cameras were mentioned several times in your latest participation from almost all of you, I would say that obviously video is intrusive, but for instance, I'm not talking about broadcasting video for anything. We are considering the application in which video needs to be viewed from a care center or from an informal caregiver who is in a remote location. In that situation, obviously video needs to be broadcast if we want to assess the situation, because in many cases also an informal caregiver is also an older person, and you cannot provide an older person with the signal from an accelerometer or that the door is open or closed. We need to provide some more understandable information. So this is why we are trying to work on these filters, so to be able to provide the video, but protecting privacy. And also we need to consider that most of the sensors that are introduced at home, these binary sensors, just serve for one purpose. So for instance, cameras can serve for many other purposes. You can use them for safety, for security, for interacting with the environment. So eventually you can create synergies, and with one single sensor, you can detect a fire. So you can do many things with a single sensor, and that would be the idea.
Perfect. So thank you very much to the speakers and to the audience for their contributions. We are in the final minutes of this panel session, and I would like to raise one final question that has been provided by the audience. I think this is an important question, in my opinion. The question says that in the past 20 years, the European Union has funded a lot of different big projects regarding open platforms, but the sad reality is that most of them did not come yet into the market. So this is an open question for the speakers. What is the shapes, or what is the faraon? How can we make a difference here? What are the differences that these projects are providing, and how can we make it to reach the market this time? So please, any one of you, Arthur, for example.
Okay, you are going to a very, very difficult area.
Yeah, I know.
Who is gonna take it to the market? Who's gonna commercialize? Who's gonna provide the service? We started having a little bit of discussions within Shapes about what's gonna happen with the core platform and how it could be put on the market. We haven't concluded yet. At the moment, the idea was that one of the solution providers could create a service and put this as a cloud-based system and offer it as a service. Could be one of the companies which are developing the core components, but there are quite a lot of issues with this, which some of them they are business-related issues, some of them they are also technical issues. Obviously, putting a platform as a service, it has associated costs. So you need to also make this type of platform, obviously, commercial. You have to have some kind of license fee or pay for use. It cannot be offered totally for free because it requires technical maintenance, it requires technical support, it requires keeping the systems on, it requires, equipment. And when we are talking about data, obviously the data has the tendency of growing and it never stays within certain limits. And you can quote here Bill Gates, who once in the 80s said that the computers will never need more than 20 megabytes disk space. And within the next few years, this has grown a few orders of difference. So this is going to be happening. And one of the issues with the Shapes is also what we are going to do with the database of the data analytics engine, which obviously will be growing. So all these things need to be taken into consideration. We are going to be working in Shapes on the commercialization aspects and looking for ways of putting on the market, but this is still very preliminary and requires additional work over the next 1 or 2 years.
Yep. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Artur. Any other comments? Maybe Rafael, from your side?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I think this is the $1 million question, let's say, right? Maybe the previous solutions coming from AIL are lacking the issues, the things that are going to be the solution. And I think they are probably interoperability and openness. We need to have really open systems so that anybody that has a specific solution can join and maybe be part of the solution. And at the same time, we need the platforms to be as open as possible so that anybody can keep adding to it, can improve it, can use it. So probably, because we just don't have enough time, maybe I would say interoperability and openness of the solutions.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Rafael. Any other comments from your side, Marco, Paco?
I can give a comment. So one of the critical potential for success we have is having the users as early adopters, as we have in Shapes, the opportunity to conduct over, I would say, reasonable long period of time, the execution of pilots over different phases. We have this co-creation process in which we are doing things in a stepwise manner, advancing with mockups, having validation, receiving user feedback. User is from different kinds of levels, and gives us the opportunity to get it right while we are testing and validating with in a realistic environment, I think. So it's really the perfect environment, I would say, that we can have strong solutions to be developed, and then from here we would be confident on having market success, even because the end user, which will be a potential customer, for example, to adopt the solution. I'd also like to raise the aspect of that the solutions are designed to follow and abide to EU principles. It makes that many solutions being provided today by non-EU partners, I would say, they do not respect to the same principles. At some point, it might be not even acceptable to use in Europe. And we have the opportunity to develop the system which goes according to our principles. And as I've mentioned before, also the marketplace will give us a bit of an open environment to have more solutions, more value, and then post adoption, we hope. Yeah.
Okay, so we are out of time. Paco, maybe just one last comment if you want.
Yeah, as a user of these platforms for future projects, I just would like to know which one to use, if of those available already. So yeah, I would like to have a clear idea or clear recommendation of the benefits and drawbacks of each one of them, so that to be able to choose between them.
Perfect. So this is all from our side. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you to all the speakers for your participation. Thank you very much, and also to the audience. And now we have to stop here because the next panel will start in 5 minutes. We need 5 minutes to do some internal arrangements. So please connect again in 5 minutes. Thank you very much, and bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Live.
Yeah, good morning. Hi, thank you for joining. We are very happy to have 4 well-known experts in healthy aging here today, and they have many years of experience in very interesting CVs. So I will just present them shortly so that we can come to our presentations. After the presentation, we'll have time for some questions or discussions about some interesting topics. So now I will start with Cristina Vescos. Cristina Vescos is the General Director of EIT Health for Spain. She's a PhD in telecommunication engineering, has more than 20 years of experience in research and management of large innovation projects in digital health. She has worked for public research institutions like the European Space Agency and also the private sector like Hewlett-Packard and Telefonica. Cristina, we are looking forward to your presentation.
Hello. Thank you very much, Sonia, for the introduction, and thank you for the University of Castilla-La Mancha also for hosting this session and inviting me to participate. I have a couple of slides to show you a bit what is my current role as EIT Health and how we can really if you can move to the next slide, I'll show you a bit what EIT Health is and what we are doing. As part of my background, as you're saying, in my previous role, I was managing the European programs of Philips Healthcare in the part of telemedicine, and I was also one of the coordinators of the European Innovation Partnership on Active and Healthy Aging and responsible for integrated care change management aspects. So this is a topic that really touches my heart. It's not only because of my current role, but because of the whole trajectory. And I want to, this session is about synergies, and synergies about collaboration. And that is really on the DNA of EIT Health. EIT Health is an association that is coming out of the EIT, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and that stands from a part of the Horizon program of the European Commission in order really to promote innovation in Europe. So we are really at the end of the research innovation funnel. We take things really to accelerate to the market. We are the part of the last mile, and the cooperation in health in the field. So we are here since 5 years, and the goals are really as broad as the societal challenge that we are facing. So we really want to strengthen the health and care systems in Europe. We'd like really to enhance the health of the European citizens, and in the end to look at health sector not only as a expenditure field, but really as a sector of investment and a competitive advantage of Europe. And we see it's also a place where we can have really educated and good jobs for Europe. So if we go to the next slide, I'll show you a bit. Please, can you change the slide? Yes, exactly. If you see the vision of EIT Health, it goes very much into this idea of health, not just as the formal healthcare systems, but really looking into the whole perspective of health as a propriety of the human being, and that covers all these areas of prevention, health maintenance, take ownership of your own aspects of life and behaviors, and how really technology and education mix up with all these aspects of health and care. And we are talking today specifically about the elderly. If you can move to the next slide, where these aspects are really combined together, and we see that the dimension of health has increased a lot. And I wanted to also mention for EIT Health, so I'm the director of EIT Health Spain, but we are an European organization, headquarters in Munich, and we cover all the areas in different regional innovation hubs and also regional innovation scheme to promote also risk regions around Europe. So in the end, what I think is important about the synergies that we will talk is to keep always this local aspect of promotion, local ecosystems, and this is how we move things. But on the other hand, have always an arm to create critical mass and the European dimension. And this is part of the, I think, the strengths of our network. If you can move to the next slide. This is yes, good that we can move to this one. So EIT Health has 150 partners, are the leaders in all the areas, and part of the synergies that we will talk today, probably in the session, is this value change that we need to cover. Not only one aspect that probably is related to technology, but there are many other aspects that need to be in place in order to really get the solutions to the citizens. And that covers, as I say, industry, universities, healthcare providers, research payers, incubators, and other cities and regions. Specifically talking about independent living, I wanted to, again, bring this reflection about what health is, or health and care, and what is the determinants. And what we see in general, coming from this background more on the health aspect, is that in the end, the official healthcare system only covers 12% of the determinants of health of the people. The most important element in order to be healthy is the behavior of the own person. And that, if we acknowledge that part, and we also acknowledge the importance of the socioeconomic and the physical environment, then we definitely need to open our eyes to with whom we have to partner in order to have a good, healthy, and active life for adults and also for senior people. So when we talk specifically about seniors, we cannot talk anymore about one player. And because the scenario is really complex, if we think about this patient or citizen-centric approach, is in the end, there's one person that has multiple needs and multiple wills also, and we need to make the system around that person and combine all the services so that we don't need to, if it's a social worker, or if it's a doctor, or if it's a nurse, or if it's a care coordinator, need to have different systems, different way of communications, different interactions, different payments, and so on. It is very essential that we develop these synergies and that we, in the end, provide the service that are needed for the person when it's needed and where it's needed for the person. And in the same sense, we need to open our value chain. So traditionally, from the health care aspect, we had this top layer of the wide innovation values. Even so, we were thinking about universities, startups, we have industry, we have the healthcare system. But now we see, no. I mean, it's about the life of people, it's about the life of adults. We need to have these complementary value players. And there is a tremendous impact if we are able to mobilize this ecosystem, including clusters and NGOs, including the private sector, including other manufacturing companies that are probably not even thought about healthcare in the past, but now are very transcendental. There's cities, there's IT, there is businesses like supermarkets and groceries and other elements that are really part of our daily life that should be there. So if, sorry, I'll move to the previous one. From the learnings of the past, what we see is not about technology. And again, I mean, we've talked today a lot about technology and frameworks and so on. And I would like that this session is really more about this idea of synergies, because the needs are not technological. The technology is a way to solve things, but we see is not the technology that is driving the process, is really the needs. And in the end, the solutions that we find that are above that. So what we need is really coordination of the different needs and providers around the individual, and also coordination about how to measure and aligning the results also. And again, the process it's much more than just technology. And I'll bring this together. If we really want to scale that and have a high-performing system, it is okay to start small, and we all have performed pilots, but we have to have this dimension of where we want to go. And in that alignment and synergies is not only about interoperability, thinking the whole process and thinking also the business model. So this slide is about how to change the way of we provide the service and the concept of the service itself. And that includes definitely the business aspects and the reimbursement aspects of both health and care systems and integration of those. So COVID, in one hand, has helped a bit to break this resistance to change. But when we were doing this kind of analysis in the last year, there were also always certain identified roadblockers that we've seen in terms of human resistance, or in terms of get really evidence about the impact in the society and in the individuals, about the part of investment, and also definitely about the part of data and interoperability. But we have already cases, and in the last year, many more, that there are ways to circumvent this resistance. And definitely we are at the moment that there's no alternative, but we need to really appreciate and embrace this change. And also with the, this is kind of my decalogue of the 10 last learnings in the many projects about telemedicine, telecare, and integrated and active and healthy aging. And definitely one of the learnings is it cannot be a technology push. It cannot be just one size fits all. It is really about understanding the problem and addressing it appropriately in a group, collaboratively and iteratively, thinking about really mature proposals, thinking about the usability as an inherent element of the design of any solution, including training, in order to embrace the new processes and ways of working. And also, as I say, always keep this collaborative approach. Always take resources dedicated for interoperability and for analysis, dedicate enough capacity to develop these elements of results, and in the end, don't wait in this waterfall model, but try to de-risk the projects as soon as possible. So I've seen many projects that have done fantastic work on the technology, and then they have done a validation, and then at the very end of the many years, they come and say, but we don't have anybody to pay for this. And what we do, I mean, it is essential that we really have these answers for the clinical needs, for the service and the business models as soon as possible, not once the technology is tested and proved. And with that, it was really my short first explanation of what things, synergies are needed in the part of active aging and healthy living. And I'm happy to come up with a debate after all the presentations of my colleagues. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Christina, for sharing your enthusiasm with us for healthy aging. Now I will present our next speaker, Lis Mistineos. She is a UK-trained sociologist who moved to Greece in 1983, where she worked in film production and then as an independent social researcher undertaking many projects on aging. She co-founded in the NGO 50+ Hellas and acted as its CEO. She also served on the board of the Age platform in Europe and later also as its president until 2011. And she's also an active advisor and evaluator on various youth-funded projects concerning technologies, accessibility, and ethics. So, Lis, the next 5 minutes I reserve for you. We are looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Well, I'm not going to put many slides. If somebody puts them up for me, that's all I want. And I'm going to start off with introducing Age Platform, because that's really who I'm here for. I'm here in the Shapes project on the ethics committee, but I think perhaps it's useful for everybody to know about Age Platform. That is to say, it's an organization that's been going for 20 years, over 20 years, of organizations of older people. You cannot join as a member, as an individual. You have to join as a member of a group. So there's over 100 organizations, and it's quite heavily funded by the EU. They're not exclusively. We all fund it as well. And it matters because it is a way of older people who are getting on to being 22 and 25% of the population, having a voice at the EU level, which they don't have in occupations and so on. Sorry. So I'm just going to switch this off. Sorry, this happens. People do phone you. So I do want to say that because we're a partner with this program, and it matters because it means that we've all thought about it hard about whether to join this program, because we're cynical enough to have seen a lot. I was listening to people talking about necklaces and cameras, and I've been there 20 years ago and saying no way. And so I think it's a really sad that so often people are repeating the same mistakes that we've gone through before. And I do see a lot of it because I am used as an evaluator. So I'm very happy to be here, but I'm just going to, I think I'm supposed to do something to get it to move down, but I'm not sure I can. Can you move on to, can anybody help me? Thank you. That's lovely. No, we'll go back up. It's a bit slow on hearing me. I'm trying to go back up one. Never mind, it's fine. That's fine. I'm in the right. No, you're right. You were right. I don't recognize it. It's the next one. Thank you. Let me just say, I'm quoting from something sent to me by Shapes. Creation of a technological platform from hardware and software designers to end users. For me, that is like a red rag to a bull. And I'm listening to people saying their mother. No, you have the huge range of older people, from the very sick to the very well, from people who are going to outlive the people talking here to the people who are very near death. And when you talk about design, please, you have to do all kinds of design with end users. They are not the end process. They are the users, yes, but if you are going to develop anything, you must develop it with them. Otherwise, you will see what I see as an enormous number of technological developments, very clever, very good, that are absolutely not used. And they're not used for many reasons. You can talk about income. We talked about earlier, people were talking about housing. Well, older people tend to live in older housing. It's not so easily adapted. They tend to have fixed incomes, many, not willing to spend money on technologies which quickly go out of date or not adequate. Young people gamble on technologies. Older people, it's got to be really good for them to spend their money and the inheritance for their children, quite often, they'll tell you. And their education varies enormously, and the capacity to deal with some of the technology. But of course, that varies enormously. I think I read about your idea about buddies, about systems of support. We all need them. And I would say that all young people have them mutually. They learn from one another. And one of the things that happens with this technology is that it has not only to be reliable, but it has to be backed up by people. In other words, people are the people who help you get through the technology. And I have to remind everyone that most older people don't need anything. Okay? They deal with arthritis or they go to the doctor, they deal with it. We are talking about people who are getting quite seriously dependent and really need help. And when you are in pain, when you are not feeling well, this is not the time when you want to deal with technology. And I'm sorry, but I imagine that most of you have been ill. Most of you remember what it is like to be ill. And I want you to remember that every time you invent something and think, oh, they can just do that. No, they can't. People are ill. This is not the moment when they experiment. Always people have to be supported. So, and I have to say, as the technology changes, you keep having to have a support. It is in some senses getting easier. In other ways, it doesn't get easier, as you can all see. Older people are obviously very careful. They're wise. They've been around a long time, a lot more than younger people. They're kind of worried about being misled. We do programs with Age Platform, and we're in 50 plus are participating in that, in trying to teach people how to avoid being misled and scams and disinformation. And this is important. This is the kind of support you want. And I think I cannot be the only person who gets all kinds of emails and suggestions. They're scams. What does that do? It makes people quite often wary about using technology. And when it isn't clear and when it isn't actually supported, somebody said that, the products are not yet on the market. None of us can say with our hands on our hearts, use that. That seems to work and is reliable. We cannot say it certainly to older people, and we can't say it to their carers. I'm not going to talk about privacy or data ownership because I think that this has been mentioned before. And I think one of the things I would say is that older people have spent all their lives being self-determined. They know other ways of doing things. If they need help, they already have quite often ways of getting help. I say that because the technology has to be so good that they will use it as a preference and not instead of people. People offer company. People offer amusement. Technology very rarely does, at least for this generation. It might be in the young ones when they play games, they may feel that this is their real company. I do not know, and I don't comment on that. But for older people, they already know how to get company and solve their problems. And it might be at the greengrocers, and it might be in other ways. And fear and caution, yes, obviously, these are things that if you have a bad experience, you don't buy that product again. I used to have a wonderful computer, the first one in 82, 83. And then it was an Osborne, they don't exist. I went to Microsoft. I wouldn't ever buy Microsoft until once I could switch, I switched. In other words, I was prejudiced. I am prejudiced. I'm sure they're perfectly fine now. But, there are makes that you've had bad experiences with, you will never touch them again. We have long memories, human beings. We don't just go back and say, we forgive you. I think that's probably what I wanted, main things I wanted to say. Be very careful of the terminology you use. Older people are you in a few years' time. Elderly are usually people who cannot defend themselves and are labeled. Be very careful how you use words. If, by the way, the technology is not good enough for you, put your name in it every time you think about this technology. Would you, if you were sick, if you needed help, would you use it? If it is not good enough for you, it's not good enough for older people who are even more demanding, I would say, because they have more life experience. So I think that's thing. One other point is, yes, the majority of care is actually given by informal carers. 8%, I've done studies of this, of family care in Europe. 8% of care is given by health care services. Obviously expensive, but the majority of care is given informally, often by members of the family, neighbors, friends, whatever. But it makes you think that we are obviously healthcare, as it is currently organized, is extremely expensive because it takes high salaries and hospitals and so on and so forth. So it's really important that we think about how to support, as a lot of programs do, try to support family carers. But somebody already said it, a lot of the family carers are themselves older people. Your average age of carers, family carers, informal carers, is over 50. So there's not young things out there all wishing to get the right switches and getting it all working. You are always talking to older people, and whether they're younger, older, or older. And no, you cannot do away with personal care. That is to say, the touch, the real physical care. I will buy a robot when it can get me up from a chair. Not one can yet. Not just me, anybody. Robots can't do anything useful terribly. Can't get you a glass of water. It can't go to the chemist and buy your pills. It can't console you. And I want you to think about that. It's be modest is, I suppose, my message to Shapes and to other programs. Be modest. Try to make it as useful as you can to real people, and make quite sure that it's good for you. If it isn't good enough for you, it isn't good enough for anybody else. Thank you very much. That's it. I've got comments and other questions, but that'll do us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz. And also thank you for quoting Shapes. We can only benefit from your energy. So now I will present the next speaker. Pedro Abizanda is the head of the geriatrics department of the Albacete University Hospital in Spain. He is an associate professor of geriatric medicine at the University of Castilla-La Mancha, and he's also the head of the research group on aging from Albacete. And he's also the president of the ethics review board of the Albacete University Hospital. Pedro, we are looking forward to your speech.
Okay, thank you very much, Sonia, for your presentation. May I see my presentation, please? Okay, thanks also to Christina and to Liz, because they have been great presentations also. And what I'm going to try to do is to present the geriatrician's point of view regarding ICTs, because I am a geriatrician, of course. So if I can go on, please, with the next slide. Okay, so first this one. Okay, I think, and I absolutely agree with Liz, that when we are talking about ICTs for older adults, the most important thing is to know their profiles, their opinions, their needs, their ambient, and their preferences. Nothing is more different from one older adult than another older adult. So we have to take into account if they live in a rural ambient or in a city, or if they are in a low medium income country or in a high income country, their illiteracy level, their economic level, if they live in the community or in a nursing home, or if they have high support, low support. So we have to take into account many things, because I'm sure that these ladies have some needs, but probably those older adults have other needs. No? For example, Boy Gilbert, that was the first lady with 100 years, top model, first page in Vogue and Elle journals, or Tom Jones with 80 years that now is going to begin a new presentation of his album here in Spain, or Colette Mays with 100 years that she is actually playing piano and giving concerts. No? So I think everyone will have different needs and different ideas. But I think that if we are talking about independent living, the first thing we need to know is the pathway. How do older adults lose their independency? And first of all, older adults begin being very robust, with high intrinsic capacity, with the most function they have, possibly. And then after that, they become frail with a vulnerability to stressors due to a reduced physiological reserve. And that leads to disability thereafter, and finally to dependency of other person. If we are talking about independent living, ICTs would be directed to this main population, those who are robust, and we will try to prevent or delay the way to disability and dependency. Or if we are talking about frailty, try to delay or reverse to robustness and high intrinsic capacity. And we can do that. And what we really don't know yet is if ICTs have a role here or not. What we do know really are which are the main risk factors that lead older adults to disability. And I think they are pretty well identified here. We have a lot of things to do with frailty, with low physical function, with depression, with hospitalization and long-term care, with cognitive decline, with malnutrition, with sarcopenia, and also with multimorbidity, disease, and polypharmacy, but they are not the only ones. And recently, and thanks to COVID, we have also identified that isolation is another great risk factor for disability, and we will need to take that into account, okay? But if we're talking from a geriatric medicine point of view, our proposal is that we have to be more incisive in those aspects that are more important for quality of life of older adults. And traditional medicine has focused on disease and multimorbidity, and yet many projects are directed towards disease and multimorbidity. But those who work in geriatric medicine, we know that probably at least as important, but probably more important than disease and multimorbidity, are other aspects that are very frequent in older adults, like isolation, mental problems like cognitive impairment or depression, frailty, disability, and geriatric syndromes. So if we want to produce ICTs for older adults or implement ICTs, I think we should focus more on these problems than on only disease and multimorbidity. And if we want to go further on and we want to know which practical issues should be addressed for ICTs from a geriatrician point of view directed to older adults, I think we should make emphasis in physical exercise, in nutrition, in social relations, in security and confidence, in activities of daily living aids, medication control, cognitive stimulation, and the last one, in vital signs monitoring, that I think that actually are the most important ones for ICTs. And I think that these first ones are more important. These are all to improve healthy lifestyles, and of course, counting with the empowerment of older adults that are our end users, not end users, first users should be the word, I think. But we all know that there are some barriers and concerns regarding ICTs with older adults. I present you here results from a national poll on healthy aging conducted at the University of Michigan very recently. And what they state or what they present is that 75% of healthcare providers were not able to conduct a physical exam with a telehealth visit. And older adults are concerned about this. Older adults want that the physician looks at their eyes and can touch them and know what is happening, and not only look at a monitor or a television. 67% of the older adults said that quality of care could not be as good in telehealth visits compared to in-person visits, because I think that the personal interaction is very important with the physician. 45% said that they did not feel personally connected to the healthcare providers through a screen. 25% said that they had difficulty seeing or hearing healthcare providers, and up to 24% reported privacy concerns. However, there are only not bad news, there are some good news. And if I can go to the next slide, that I can't. Oh, okay. There are some good news, and this good news is that during COVID period, we have learned that older adults are absolutely able to manage ICTs when they think they are useful or they can help them to improve their quality of life. And this is also from the same poll on healthy aging. You can see here how before COVID, only 4% had used telehealth visits among those between 50 and 80, not very old. But after or during the pandemic, up to 26% could use these telehealth visits. So I think that older adults have also a long way to improve the use of ICTs. This is my final slide. I would like also to make some insight on geriatricians and try to present you which I think is the role of our profession in ICTs in older adults. I think that our first obligation, our first mandate is to assess and detect older adults' needs. If we don't do that, the rest would be of no use. The second is that we need to interact with end users. And I think that before implementing ICTs, we need to talk with older adults, know what they want, what they need, their profiles, their capabilities, and interact with them. I think we have also a role in counseling patients and caregivers. We can forget caregivers. We have to also use actively ICTs, not only the end users, the older adults, but also the physicians. We have a role in monitoring results in order to present the society which things work and which do not work. Of course, we must be involved in research, in validation in some ICTs. We have participated in FACEIT from ICT Health recently, and we're going to participate also in the validation of the CarePath platform. And also I think we have a role in advice for policies to policymakers and governments to know which is the best thing or what are the roads they must go by. And this is all. Thank you very much for your audience and up to the questions.
Thank you, Pedro, for opening our minds. It's your point of view of the geriatric, and also for motivating us with your examples of very famous older people. We have one more person, Benigno Lacorte. He is the CEO of Atencia and has more than 25 years of experience in national and international companies. He's a professor at the European University of Madrid, CEO and founder of Senior Economy Forum, which is a think tank specialized in the development of the senior economy in Spain. He has been also the General Director of the Employees Association of the Digital Technology Industry in Spain, and was also the CTO at Tento and a member of the Spanish representation, the European R&D Framework Program. Benigno, thank you that you're here today. You may start whenever you're ready. You're still mute, Benigno? You'll find the button on the down below on the left side in the Zoom window.
Sorry, you took control of my screen and I wasn't able to activate the microphone. Well, thank you, Sonia. Just a moment, please. Let me reconfigure my screen now. Okay, thank you, Sonia. Thank you, everybody, for your kind invitation to participate in this workshop. Also, congratulations for the ambitious goals of the SHAPES initiative. I wish you the best, because it's clear that the demographic revolution requires both innovation, social and technological innovation. Along the first panel, we discussed on technological platform. I see now in the second panel is more oriented to discuss on the impact of technology and at what extent the elder will accept or not the proposed solution. Let me give you some personal opinion on this. From our own perspective, let me say that Atencia, our company, today offer telecare services to over 150,000 individuals, more of them dependent, here in Spain. So I hope that these opinions are and our experience will serve to feed the debate. Next slide, please. Well, I think I have the control. No, I don't have the control. Can you go through the next one, please? Okay. Well, first question. I was wondering about technology, but from both the side of the same coin. Lis was talking about this before, that we normally work for the elder, but we should work with the elder. That's the reason why I wonder about if we have or not a problem with technology. On the both sides are one, the technology itself. I think that a current state of the art about technology, dealing with cybersecurity, data protection, interoperability, these are key factors, but I think that the current state of the art is sufficient to solve almost any of our problems. We have to protect information, but I think we have the tools already in place. However, I wouldn't say the same about artificial intelligence, big data, blockchain, sovereign identity. They are also building blocks we need to build a solid solution for dealing with the whole chain. But I think that they are not mature enough at the moment to solve all the problems we have on the table. But now thinking about the people who receive or who use the technology, it's a fact that the pandemic has accelerated the digitalization process among the elder. And also we should think that the solution in 10 years from now will be used by the baby boomers, which are already familiar with technology. So during most or less a decade, we can presume that people will have a problem with the technology, but I think it will not a barrier by itself in the future. In short, technology shouldn't be a problem for the user. But where's the problem? It was also mentioned before. I think the real challenge for all of us, and in Europe in particular, is to identify valuable use cases for seniors. What they think, what they feel, what they need. I think this is the real challenge for all of us. Next slide, please. Recently, in our own company, we carried out an exercise to rank end user needs. So we asked a lot of people. We covered the whole country, Spain, and we asked directly the people and their families, what do they need? And this is the rank. People will accept solutions that make their daily activities easier. Then, in the second place, those tools or those technology which allow them social activity. Then they want a longer independent living, of course, but four, it's very, very important to remark that they want invisible technologies. They don't want to deal with the complexity of technology. The technology should be there, but invisible. Invisible could be the key word. Also, they want prevention rather than correction. So they want to keep and to stay healthy as long as possible. And at the end, last but not least, people want to feel safe, healthy, and accompanied and not only at home. We promote also the concept, the smart city concept, because people want to feel safe, healthy, and accompanied at home, at the neighborhood, and the city as a whole. Next slide, please. Well, if we have to think who can promote this in Europe, because we are facing the demographic revolution, we have a need. Let me also say we have the opportunity because we trust this is a real economic sector that can dynamize and create employment and develop new technology. I think this foster the economy here in Europe. Who could be the leader to foster, to push this initiative? Well, we have to be conscious that which is the scenario in Europe. When you ask the people who must lead the health sector, everybody, all of us are paying taxes. We look at the public administration. So we believe the public sector should be the first mover in this area. But we don't see a general clear strategy in Europe, unfortunately, very fragmented, not clear. And we see a policymaker using old tools. And this is worrying. They are always talking about pensions and health, but they are not talking about future and needs. We think we have a problem. We need to trust the public sector to lead the sector, but we don't see energy in the public sector to carry that very, very relevant task for all of us. Next slide, please. The organizer also posed a question: what action can ensure that healthy aging is a reality throughout the life cycle? Well, the first question is, which is the life cycle? For us, regarding this kind of technologies, the life cycle consists of four phases. The first one, prevention, next, detection/diagnosis, then treatment, and finally, monitoring and care. If we focus on health, we see that at the moment, necessarily, public sector plays a role. But we don't see alternative solution. We see a complementary solution. We are part of the care system, and we see an obvious role for the private sector cooperating with the public sector, particularly servicing integrated care. So we see the health sector, public health sector, dealing directly with detection and diagnosis and the treatment. Let's say it's a hospital-centric approach, but we see a clear scenario for cooperation with private sector regarding the first phase, prevention, and obviously monitoring and care, particularly at home. Next slide, please. Just to finalize my presentation, also a couple of final questions I saw on the list. One that attract my attention is quite particular. Can coexist low precision technology with high precision technology? And for that, the answer is clearly yes. Clearly yes. I think the doctor mentioned before, when you are with a patient in front of you, you need the best technology in order to get the most precise diagnosis. But once you have the diagnosis, once you have applied the right treatment, you don't need, in our opinion, you don't need a very, very expensive, complex technology for telemonitoring, for instance. So in order to keep people healthy and also to apply telemonitoring approaches at home, I think that simple technology will be enough. Again, they are not alternative options, they are complementary options. So we believe hospital-centric approaches cover diagnosis and treatment, but affordable and easy to use, invisible, ubiquitous technology will also allow the mass scale we need in Europe. for prevention and for telecare solutions, so completing the life cycle as well. Just to finalize my presentation, let me remark that we intend that there is a very big opportunity for the European Union in the field of preventive medicine and care. We love a cost-saving solution, which will be very good for our taxes, given the current situation. But there is an enormous opportunity to develop new jobs, new technologies to help to foster the problematic situation we already are facing in Europe, in our region. So thank you very much. I think this was the last one.
Yes, thank you, Benigno, for this very interesting presentation, which went straight to the heart of this important debate which we have to lead today. This morning we have heard a lot about all the technologies which are already available, but it's, like you said, very important to think also about other topics like trust in technology and privacy and data ownership. I would also like to ask our audience, so I will share my screen now. So if you can see the screen now, then I would ask the audience to go once again to slido.com, and this time the password is shapes2. And if you're ready, I will start with the first question, which is, what type of devices would be considered less intrusive and would be better accepted in the home environment and facilitate better integration to the lives of older people? So please share your opinion with us. But I will also ask you, the four panelists, about your opinion. Perhaps, Lis, would you like to share your opinion?
Well, you know what I'm going to say. Ask the older people. They don't suddenly become dumb or stupid. Ask them. And I do remember this, and I am talking about 20 years ago when somebody said, put a nice necklace for a lady in grey plastic around her neck. And our previous speaker said exactly the same, non-discriminating. What happens so often is that people don't care if the gadget is discriminating, but older people do. They're the same as you. So wearables, it is no accident that Apple has made and all the others have made these wonderful watches. Nobody knows if this €10 watch is an Apple Watch or something rather more than that. So I think there are devices that are coming, made by people who do an enormous amount of research on the market for gadgets. And I talk about countries, people like Apple, but I don't think we do enough research on markets. So if I was actually saying one of the things you would do is, if you can't ask your mother, do market research, find out what it is that they would like and accept. Wearables, I would say Apple's already done it. Let's be honest about it. They've done it. What else can you wear? A ring? Okay, yes, you can wear a ring. But I mean, they've already done it. I don't see any, but I'm prepared to be wrong. If other people can think of gadgets, but don't put me in an electronic vest or with a plastic thing around my neck. Thank you.
Thank you, Lis. Pedro, would you share your opinion?
Yes, I think that regarding this issue, nothing fits to everyone. So I think that probably the most important is to individualize. And individualize regarding those things I told you before, regarding preferences, needs, and the profile of the older adult. And I think that's the most important, the first. Probably the second most important is privacy. And I think that all of us like to, that the ICTs respect our privacy. And the third more important aspect, I think, is security. All the platforms, all the devices must be secure. And then we can talk about other things, better a sensor or a camera, I don't know. But I think these three things are the most important: individualization, security, and privacy.
Thank you, Pedro. We see in the audience favors wearables and IoT. Christina, would you agree with this?
What I think I mean, people are looking what is useful for them, as it was said here by I think all the panelists, and the question is not about which device is what is the solution. I mean, what is the problem that we want to solve, and how easy is to integrate in your normal life. So, I mean, what definitely is the future is that you don't need to learn a lot to use something, and that it has not to be so intrusive. So what you see in general is not just for older adults, it's for all of us. We accept the things that are just intuitive and coming to us. I wanted to also discussing about the acceptance. There is definitely a cultural element that we have to take into account, and I'm going to give you an anecdote. It's experience from many years ago. So it was like over 15 years ago. We were preparing some wearables to monitor patients cardiac patients at home, age really above 70, and we had all this technology around the homes of the people, and they were able already to use everything. But what you could see is a very important factors in a clinical part is the change of activity between day and night, no? And it is not really important from the cardiac function, but it's also important for the psychological part, no? It's a determinant of depression or not really healthy habits. And we had a very, in principle, a non-intrusive wearable on the bed sheets of the person, and that was, I mean, that concrete device was causing a lot of discussions on the ethics part and completely different answers comparing to the background. So what we saw is in that concrete example, so in the German test users, they all accepted that much better. It was a very easy for them a way to be monitored without any interaction. It was safe, they felt comfortable. While in the Spanish test user, it was absolutely not accepted. Most of the users disconnected the device. They didn't want to be measured in bed. They thought it was the most inappropriate way of measuring, because it was felt the bed is really the most intimate part of their life. And you have to understand that these elements of perception, they have to be taken into account. And as Lis has said, you have to ask the users and they will give clear answers to that, because I mean, it's not about knowing about technologies, it's about knowing what is important for you, what are your values, and what you're will be willing to give or accept compared to the benefits that the solution gives.
Thank you, Christina. This was very helpful. Benigno, now we are seeing that we have got two other popular answers, which is sensors rather than cameras and invisible tools for registered activities. Is this also your view? Is this the important ones? You're mute still.
Okay, sorry again. Let me bring some reality into the debate. Let me recall that we are dealing with over 150,000 people in Spain. More of them dependent. Every person is different. So it's very complex to think that we are. I feel that our audience is plenty of engineers talking. I'm an engineer as well, but talking about Internet of Things, wearables. Well, let me say that wearables are needed, are necessary when people are very dependent and they need assisted living. So the only thing you can use is a wearable. Is the last resort. But we have around 1,200,000 dependent in Spain, but also nearly 8 million people over 65 who want, who wish invisible technology for daily life. So we are always focusing on wearables and technology, but we feel this is not exactly the answer. And also take into account that we are dealing with mission critical solution. So security is a must. And if you today deal with a state-of-the-art market solution for fall detection, they fail. And sensor, they fail. So it's not so easy. It's not so easy. It's an invitation for the whole consortium to continue doing research in this field, getting more better devices, but also, Liz mentioned before, take into account the elder, ask the elder, work with the elder, not only for the elder. They have the solution, they have an opinion, and we normally, from in excess technical position, we miss the opinion of the user. And this is a big mistake, a clear mistake.
Yeah, thank you, Benigno. It was a very good summary. It is also clear that healthy aging is not something which you can start thinking about when you already reached older age. So you have to start earlier through all stages of the life. So this is also something I would like to ask our audience. So here comes the next question for our audience. What actions can ensure that healthy aging is a reality throughout the life cycle? This also I would like to ask you as our panelist. Liz, do you want to step forward?
Well, they say it starts when you're born, but if you've never been brought up to have a good diet, never been brought up to take exercise, so there you can talk about the role of schools, the role of towns, we talk about healthy cities, healthy villages, never mind. Accessible towns, accessible villages. What you want to do is make places outside for people to be and attractive. We're not going in that direction, or we haven't been. We've been going in a very urban way and towards very limited physical action and very poor diet. Our diets have not improved. We feed more people, which is a great thing. I'm not sure our diets have actually improved lately in the last 20 or 30 years, probably not. So we have to educate people. Let me just say one thing. We spend very little in any of our societies about health promotion. We spend a tiny amount of our budgets on that. And that's really important to actually drip feed till finally people understand that what you eat, you are. That is to say, it really affects you. To say something again, we spend an enormous amount on hospitals. We spend an enormous amount on the very specialist care. We need it at the moment to deal with the COVID. But what we really need is a lot more people. Our friend, the geriatrician, who I very much enjoy because I'm with the geriatricians, we've got to start early. We've got to start from the beginning, making people have good habits. And that's not so easy. And I think there are lots of reasons why that happens. But let's take things like smoking. It's taken an enormous length of time. I can remember people knowing in 1956 that smoking killed you. And still, when you've buried people from smoking, you don't have any doubt that knowledge is not enough. It's quite complicated as to how we can make people think that a healthy way of life is the normal. Because some people actually think that being sick in old age is the normal. So changing perspectives that you can be well as best you can mean, some people really do have chronic health conditions and they drag them with them all their life. But some things can be to some extent, you know, you might be born with diabetes 1, but you probably create diabetes 2. So you can do some things. You can't do everything. I'm not a Pollyanna. I don't think everything can be solved by healthy aging and life course good care, but quite a lot can.
Yes, thank you, Liz. Pedro, I imagine that a healthy lifestyle is also something which you can tell us a lot about it.
Can I say one thing? The one thing I'd probably say to people in their 50s is that they're going to have to do more to stay healthy. In other words, young people move around like crazy. You want to see how fast they moved. And older people tend to go slower and slower. And what you have to do is to say you're going to have to make a lot more effort to stay healthy, because actually your body was getting lazy. It's done it before. So in giving people incentives, social pleasure, in all sorts of physical actions, in eating together, in being social, in an active way is really important. And that's not happening. We put our older people out to grass, so to speak. They're very delighted to have an income, let me say, quite often. A lot of people don't have a decent income. So having a guaranteed pension is helpful. But it's not enough. You're removing them from active life. So again, one of the things that keeps us healthy is having purpose in life and being active in doing that.
Thank you, Liz. I fully agree. Pedro, the floor is yours.
Yes, I agree with Liz. I think we have only one final solution, that is education. There is no other one. If we want really to solve the problem, or a better approach to the problem, is education. And education must begin in schools. And for instance, in Spain, I am sure that we don't have a matter in schools that is called aging at all. We don't have it. Nobody speaks about aging in schools to children of 10 years, 12 years, 14 years, nothing about it. Furthermore, I can tell you that in medical schools, geriatric medicine only is given fully in some medical schools from Spain. And in other medical schools from Spain and from Europe, it's a matter of that is very diffuse and not well established. No? So I think that all of us must be aware of what is aging from childhood. How can we achieve a good aging process and a healthy aging from childhood? And I think that the role of the geriatricians there is that we can see what happens with older adults that have not gone through a healthy lifestyle process all across their lives. So we can present all the people of the community, which are the repercussions of not having good healthy habits. And I think that's part of our role. And of course, I think we must listen what the older adults say. No? And probably older adults should be part of education in schools with their experience and with their reality. So I think that's the most important thing. Probably the second approach could be more media programs or media campaigns in televisions, radio, newspapers, things like that, trying to promote healthy aging to all the population. But that could be a second approach. I think that education is the most important one.
Yes, thank you, Pedro. We are only a few moments left, but I would like to ask another question. The last question.
Oh dear. Wow.
I think this is a question we have to ask to all of us. I mean, what we have seen is in the past, it was one or the other, no? And we have seen in the pandemic that you need at least to have contact, and we are all getting used to this combination. So probably 3 years ago, we had never imagined that we would have had this Congress in this format that we are having. Mm-hmm. And we hope that we will, in a couple of months, we can start to having more these hybrid versions of them, and this will happen also to the care part. So this is again the question is we shouldn't separate care to what our normal life is, and technology and this partly physical, partly distance is going to remain for the future in all our aspects in life, and it will happen with our banking. It will happen with our way of. I mean, we've seen it with movies, we will see it in health, and we will see it in care, and there's going to be a combination. And I don't think we have the exact recipe at the moment of what is the most healthy or the perfect combination, but it will be parts of it definitely in all our life. Yeah?
Yeah.
Improvisar, por favor. Hemos perdido la conexión con la moderadora.
Okay. I think we've lost the connection with Sonia. So I think, Lis, you were noting about my comments. Are you in agreement?
I can't. Let me take the room, Cristina, because, well, for me, the intervention is quite easy. I will pose the question to Pedro. Pedro, I think in our experience, the main barrier to replace presential interaction with the patient is the doctor. The doctor normally doesn't want telemedicine. So let me address the question to you, which is the reason or why it's not alternative for the doctor?
Okay, I think that we are now, I mean physicians, we are in a transition period also, and that's the same transition period that are suffering older adults. I think that probably in 10, 15 years, every older adult will be used to use technologies. And now there are some that yes, some that no. And that also happens with physicians. Older or the most old physicians have more problems with technologies. Young physicians that have been born with technologies are more prone to the use and of them. But I think that this is the relationship between personal care and technologies is a mandate. And we will need to share care and health care between personal contact and technologies. That will happen, I'm absolutely sure. What I'm sure is also that technologies will not be physicians are necessary also. So we must share the care of the older adults between both of us, and also help older adults to control their own lives and their own preferences and their own health. I think we must also empower them to know what to do.
I would only say one more thing, that the end of life, whatever that is, takes time, takes real hands-on care. You cannot leave it to technology. You cannot leave it to machines. And we have a problem of finding enough people to do hands-on care. And not just the absence of family members, the absence of nurses, the absence of personal care assistants, whether at home care services, or in institutional care. And so we're going to have to think of a realignment. We have a lot of professors of cardiology, and if you ask them, they've suddenly realized they are becoming geriatricians. They will tell you that, but without the knowledge. So very often, one of the problems we have is structures of thinking often of politicians and those in positions of professorships who are old-fashioned very often in what they themselves are brought up in one system, and they're now being asked to think about how do we change to a system that is much more flexible and much more, in a way, hands-on. Geriatricians are and have to be hands-on. They take a lot longer with their patients. So I think it's an interesting thing. And, you know, again, to say a good end is really part of the really important thing that people need and people are frightened of, I think. And I think that goes back to all sorts of attitudes about not wanting to get old. Well, yes, get old, it's great. But yes, make sure that you can look after people at the end of life well. And that we haven't also solved. So technology is not going to probably solve that one.
ICT is necessary, but the most important concern of our patients during pandemic was that the physician couldn't touch them and couldn't see them personally.
Yes.
So we need to combine both things, because I think that probably a sharing between ICTs and physicians and nurses, of course, and therapists and psychologists, all the multidisciplinary team is important here. Please don't, I'm not only talking about physicians, sorry. Okay, so hands are very important, absolutely.
Yeah.
Liz, if I may complement what you were saying, I think end of life, and it's not an easy topic to discuss, but this definitely is an area where technology can help a lot, because it can help in one of the main needs of the people is to die at home and at their own place in their own environment. And this is something we are pushing a lot of people to really, in the end, go to the hospital, spend a lot of resources in hospital that are not wanted. I mean, this is, while probably the priority in those moments is for the people to be at home. And I think understanding, as you were saying, asking the people and understanding the need and then utilizing the technology for covering that need can be a huge change in the way we really deal with that process, no?
Yeah. I got a message that we're out of time and is there anybody to bring us to an end?
Yes, it's me. I'm here again. Talking about problems with technology. This is what happened to me. Many thanks for managing so well without me. I will know it for the next time. So thank you for your presentations, for sharing your opinions and ideas with us. It was a pleasure to have you all here. So now we have got a 5-minute breaks, and then we have 3 more short presentations. So please be with us and connect again within 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye to everybody.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody. As the protocol of the event states, I introduce myself. My name is Ismael García Barea, and I'm the Director of Strategy and Digital Innovation, and I represent the Castilla-La Mancha University. I'd like to present the people who are with me in the closing session of this third dialogue workshop on the SHAPES project. Who are Linas Morfillo, who directs the Healthcare Department of Castilla-La Mancha, Ricardo Cuevas Campos, General Director for University Research and Innovation in Castilla-La Mancha, and Juan Carlos López, the Professor of Technology and Computers at the Computer University of Ciudad Real. So now we have the Director of Innovation and Strategy in the Digital Transformation in Castilla-La Mancha region of Spain. Good morning. Well, thank you all for this great opportunity to know about the situation of this highly relevant project of SHAPES, which has a potential great impact in the life of people. Healthcare departments, in particular Castilla-La Mancha in Spain, are undergoing a change in the paradigm of healthcare. Our past model was diagnosing and treating diseases as efficiently as possible to a more ambitious goal, which is to preserve health within the population. It enlarges our scope of action, including preventive actions. Of course, we have to go on diagnosing and treating efficiently diseases, but now we're trying to prevent these diseases, or if chronic or occurring, be controlled and mitigated for an acceptable quality of life. This is not a new approach, but now with the new technologies, it seems to be more attainable. We can have a close follow-up of the health status of many people at the same time with many different clinical parameters using e-health, telemedicine, sensors, clinical files or clinical histories will be known by many different healthcare professionals, and the interconnectivity for many different professionals and healthcare providers in an agile fashion to improve upon the well-being of our patients. And we also have to deal with huge quantities of information and the big data. In other settings, it's called digital transformation, meaning using technology not only to improve what we're doing, but also to do many more things for the widening of our objectives. And we need a multidisciplinary action. We need, of course, the users or customers who are the two protagonists of their own health. And we need them to be aware of the consequences of their doing or not doing, bearing an impact on their quality of life. We can help them to get to know themselves better so that they become empowered, they become the leaders in the management of their own health, not only when they're ill, but when they're healthy as well. But we also need many other parties at stake. In Spain, of course, the public healthcare system to integrate the information with other facilities, other institutions, and the people themselves, respecting privacy and confidentiality. At the healthcare government in Castilla-La Mancha, which is called SESCAM, we had identified many different objectives. First, electronic healthcare records which are interoperative. The European Union defined a standard in 2008 to different updates by the latest 2015, what is an interoperable and intercommunicated clinical files. And then the semantic incorporation of the interpretation so that you can have an assurance of adequate interpretation as the end users. And the SESCAM has gone to the European projects to require funding with an interoperable electronic health record that will start by the following year. So we shall exchange in a safe basis all the different healthcare providers and centers and hospitals with big data and large-scale studies in a much more simple and efficient manner. And secondly, our professionals, our healthcare providers should be able to have video conference and virtual tools for contacting amongst themselves. One of the main tools of the digital transformation is to count on the staff and the personnel so that they can drive digital transformation. In our region, we have a very, very low density of the population. There's very low number of professionals or inhabitants, and therefore remote consultation and referral is vital. We have a pilot project going in different specialties, hematology, cardiology, and mental health, and we have now project for referral on clinical cases amongst different professionals and specialties. In SESCAM, we will be on top of the results and the outcomes of these initiatives, and we have also considered the collaboration with many other entities, and we'd be delighted to participate in initiatives such as SHAPES. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contribution. And now, the General Director of Universities Investigation and Innovation in Castilla-La Mancha, Ricardo Campos. Thank you very much, Director, and the responsible of the ICT area in the healthcare Castilla-La Mancha, Juan Carlos López, and the Juan Carlos, please extend my greetings and gratitude to all the members of the team and to all the people who participated and have profited from this morning's mission. We've been told there were more than 200 attendees, so it's very clear that these issues are very relevant and interesting to everybody. And in Castilla-La Mancha, in the university setting and academic research, that we fully support you, and you can count on us to advance and progress with this kind of projects. We all know that aging is a reality. It is a social problem, but it's also at the same time an opportunity. And therefore, we have to be open to the new advances, progress, artificial intelligence, robotics, and so on, to enhance the quality of life of our people, especially in a country such as Spain, which has one of the longer life expectancies in Europe. We have the oldest aging population all over the world. Only Japan is greater than us. So it is a priority for us, Spanish. So it's one of the sectors that will be given a priority in our strategy of intelligent research, focusing research from this year 2021 to 27 with a specific project on technology advancement, because this sector for aging and assisted living offers great opportunities, and in our region we must promote this, as we said, following of course the alignment with the overall approach. As Eladio said, it is necessary to cooperate with all the stakeholders to be successful. So please count on us. We'd like to support you, and we'd like to thank all the people who participated as speakers and coordinators for this workshop, and the people interested and everybody who works in this project. We really thank all the agencies and institutions cooperating to make this possible. And as Eladio was saying, we'll be on top on the conclusions. We'll read them and to transfer all this knowledge to the end users, and that everything that is investigated in this area will guide our future steps in these lines of development. And thank you very much, everybody. And I'm sure it's been a very fruitful and successful meeting, and that the different interest points or relevant issues dealt with at this online meeting will go on, rendering even additional fruits. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Ricardo, and I please may address you with a few words. The healthcare crisis that we are still living because of the COVID-19 pandemic has confirmed how the use of ICT technologies and communications has been determinant to deal with the pandemic. Investigation, hospital management, distribution of vaccination, strategic decision-making have been made possible by the ICT. And in the area concerning the shapes area, the technologies have become essential to face one of the main challenges facing Europe, which is, of course, the aging of the population. The aging in developed societies is inducing a demographic involution. One of the great consequences of aging is dependence, either permanent or transitory dependence because of age or disabilities who need care and care support because of loss of physical, mental, or intellectual or sensorial abilities that need other people to help them to undertake the activities of daily living and the very basic activities. The care of dependent people combines family solidarity with friends, neighbors, and family members, and collective solidarity by means of social services. According to the report on aging undertaken by the European Commission, the economic cost of dependence in Spain accounts for more or less 1.5% of GDP. Too many people are involved in this part, and the majority of the caregivers will be informal, and they will decrease in the following years because of the low natality rates. And in comparison to the rest of Europe, in Spain, we have these low inhabitants in many areas, in the rural areas that have a very low population count. So it's very difficult to count on people to deliver this care. The life expectancy is well over 84, and 3/4 are living alone or with a spouse or their only companion, has made increasingly evident the need to create a different care platforms that will allow these people to go on living independently and healthy and active at their own homes. The delay or the prevention of needing to move to institutional care or hospital care does decrease economic cost and the burden to the subject himself or his family or caregivers, and it decreases the possibility of isolation and depression and worsening of the clinical conditions. And SHAPES is a crucial project because it will foster and develop new tools, digital tools, to preserve independence and quality of life in the elderly, as well as improving the sustainability of our home delivery systems and healthcare in general. So, of course, I have to congratulate all the team involved in SHAPES, because they have investigators from many different institutions coming from 14 different European countries. It is a very praiseworthy task that they are undertaking to improve the quality of life of our children and what will be ourselves and our children in the future. And in closing, my last words of thanks and gratitude. First, all the speakers, members of the panel, investigators, and everybody who attended in general the workshop. Thank you very much, Emilio. Thank you, Ricardo, for coming to the closing ceremony. And very particularly, all the organizers of the workshop. It's been a high quality program, and it's been very successful. So thank you, Juan Carlos, to you and your team for this great work that you've undertaken and that you will go on delivering within the scope of the SHAPES project. Thank you very much on behalf of Castilla-La Mancha. And for the closing ceremony, Mr. Juan Carlos López, who organized the workshop and the principal investigator of this project in the University of Castilla-La Mancha, has the floor. And thank you very much, everybody, for your attendance.
Bueno, pues me toca a mí simplemente unas
Well,
palabras.
I'm just closing just a very few words in closing. It's been a very interesting meeting. The first panel perhaps was more focused on the technical aspects of our solutions, underscoring the problems of the different platforms that we are using and that are now available in the market, and the different companies and institutions are developing, and under the general umbrella of the words of interoperability and connectivity seem to be of paramount importance, and now how to exploit them commercially with appropriate business models that will allow for the real deployment, that they really are available and that they don't take any longer. And then 2 points of view that we have seen in the second panel. My take-home message is the need to keep on working not only for the elderly, but with the elderly, so that the elderly are taken into account with their many different traits. There are no collective groups. Each one has their own needs, and we have to customize and adapt ourselves to these individualized solutions, customized to each user and elderly so that they can have their needs met. What Ismael said was very important, and also Dr. Pareto said that one of the greater evils is isolation, to find friends, caregivers, neighbors, especially in isolated rural areas, to receive social interaction and communication, to have also the help of technological solutions so that we can outreach to them, make it convenient and decrease the cost of the services as well, but not to leave anyone behind, to reach out to everybody. Thank you very much to the participants. And in closing, to the team, the organizing team that has allowed for the connection, and the technical teams that supported us, and they've done a great effort. Thank you very much. Simultaneous interpretation, sign language interpretation, streaming, different languages. This has been a challenge. It's the first time. So thank you very much for the technical support of point of view. We have seen sign language interpreters. We have hired the interpreters. So congratulations to all the team. We've been working very hard for the past few weeks. We tried to have an event that was as fully inclusive and accessible as possible. So I hope you all gain access to the event and were able to hear or visualize what we were talking about, and share other initiatives that are very relevant, where we must join forces and that we contact in the future, connect and interoperate with everybody. Thank you, everybody, once again. I hope it's been interesting to everybody. Keep safe, have a good day, and a big hug to everybody.